Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the verdant sun flame cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger. He quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, wind-sweeping building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the great thief ghost hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain. Get lost. Immortal killer move, summer fan. Winds blew in all directions. Wind-sweeping buildings' momentum was halted. There was no helping it. Summer fan's wind was only a facade. The true essence was the power of time path. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal goo house. It was not specialized in dealing with time path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Goo Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Goo Masters to focus on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too powerful. He obtained many venerable inheritances. His demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Goo Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity. It was built using a vast number of mortal goo. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history. It could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise. It was primordial origin immortal venerables that created the first Emperor City. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Qin Yi saw that the situation was bad. He had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qin Yi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qin Yi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Goo Immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Farewell Friend Wind. It is actually Farewell Friend Wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Qin Yi, the Central Continent Goo Immortals guarding the Immortal Formation were all shocked and fearful. This Farewell Friend Wind had a huge origin. It was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Taoist Blackheart. He cultivated Wind Path, but in his later years he studied the legends of Renzu and made great progress. After he went into close cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Taoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially, the 5 regions Goo Immortals did not know the reason. Facing Taoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Taoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into Dream Killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Goo Immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind's sensing was rather special. Could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Taoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Goo Immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many Goo Immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Taoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu immortals who had befriended Taoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the Gu immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong with these two flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Taoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Chen Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Tsang Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Tsang Shui snatched Chen Yi, but even though Chen Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind. It is like Fang Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Chen Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Chen Yi from afar as he praised. As expected of a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by Farewell Friend Wind. Chen Yi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation, the two big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, "Amazing Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless. You cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Tsong Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsong Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in Rule Path. His skin was like a tattoo with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin. They crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsong Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Qiongdu was still refining Gu. His tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fake Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fake Gu's recovery state. Yuan Qiongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success down marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Qiongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a Demon Venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated, figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared, "Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder." There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Feixiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured, it was covered in blood. "Who are you? Report your name." A celestial court Gu Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. "You don't even recognize me, New Heir Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name." Boom boom boom. Violent forces exploded one after another. The heavenly court Gu Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. "You actually broke my killer move. Who are you?" Gu Lu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu Ru. "What a coincidence, we both cultivate Time Path, let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary, you can call me Hei Fan." Next, the third person followed Hei Fan and walked out of the Phantom River of Time. "Wow. This is a huge battle, oh heavens, I need to hide." The third Northern Plains Gu Immortal had a white face, he had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. New Heir Bao Xiong, Hei Fan, and the vanished Lu Lu Lu, they are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huangjin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the River of Time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memory surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. "Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have Future Self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future Self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength." Duke Long's expression was cold as ice. The anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. "That's right. My Future Self killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master?" Red Lotus smiled bitterly. "So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me?" Duke Long snickered. "Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a Gu Venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones." "Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine." Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. "Since you do not want to attack me but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you?" "Of course not." Red Lotus shook his head, a smile appeared on his flawless face. "Master, I have endured for so long, the killer move is finally ready, please give me some comments." Saying so, the phantom of the River of Time appeared behind him. Gu Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. "What killer move is this?" "I created a killer move with 2 moves, it is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Gu Immortals who are close to the Gu Immortal themselves from the River of Time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move, it is called Help from the Future." Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim, his body was shaking from anger. "This move is heaven-defying, you are actually using the River of Time to interfere with the normal flow of history, you have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them." "No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future." Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members one would d. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded. large chunks of flesh and blood flew away, the shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain, it closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble. Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down with a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Gu immortal laughed loudly. My new heir Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense, I have already killed countless transformation path Gu immortals, ha ha ha. He cultivated lightning path, he was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first supreme elder of New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded, shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path, come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gu Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. Humph, I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong, she had a seductive appearance, she cultivated wood path and was originally a demonic path Gu immortal, she had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill, even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution, she did not slow down, she directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh, more flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Feixiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, New Air Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His lightning path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong would path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong, transformation path Dao marks on of Gu path. It was as if Wan Zihong's would path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. New Air Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed, New Air Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again, his whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, New Air Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong. He extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu Immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter, the red light itself was still moving left and right, it did not stop for a moment, New Air Bao Xiong could only look left and right, he could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke Air. She cultivates fire path and transformation path, her battle style is similar to New Air Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up in the immortal graveyard, Zhu Ke Air was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's time path killer move is too strong, it is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction, looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good, he was near Calamity Luck Altar, under the phantom river of time, there were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge, she also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two Venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move, even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu Immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Jing Yuan, he is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang. A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle, the golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu Immortals figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yi Lui tribe Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated metal path. He was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the phantom river of time. Yi Lui Ko had stood out when he was young. He had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight. He could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the imperial court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous path Gu immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic path Gu immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped, facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze. She felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damn Qi wall. Yi Lui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Qi Wall killer move that primordial origin Immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Qi Wall killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 Gu immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Qi Wall. Northern Plains Gu immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu immortals often needed to rely on the Qi Wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu immortals have just woken up from their slumber. They do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete. They cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard. All their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand, they needed to make full use of their resources. On the other hand, they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses. They were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sects to use, like Fate Armor Immortal Gu given to Feng Jioga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength. Even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains' side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move was truly amazing. It immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment he could not move. He could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This Call of the Ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self. It only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu immortals are all in their peak condition. They have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future back then. It is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me, I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level, I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. His deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately, he could not control himself. He was restricted by the rank 9 killer move. He could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time. He had a jade-like face. He was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fang Yu. A Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian. Stop acting suave, come and fight." A Celestial Court Gu immortal who had just obtained an immortal Gu saw Dong Fang Yu and was very unhappy. He charged over. He had the appearance of a boy. His hair was black and shiny. There was a small tip, together with his round face. His head shape was like a peach. It was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Fangyu's expression change. She quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit. Seeing Dong Fangyu's pathetic state, he chuckled, "Now do you know how powerful I, whirling boy, am?" Dong Fangyu was furious. "My playfulness is my nature. You old monster is the one pretending. You are about to die. You are still acting so young." Whirling boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Fangyu again. Dong Fangyu had only been caught off guard earlier. She was already prepared now. She attacked instead of retreating. Boom. The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu immortal had the appearance of an old farmer. His pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled. He had a cigarette in his mouth. Sigh sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent. He sighed, "I am Nyen Air, Nyen Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu." Indeed. Nyen Gu immortal Nyen Nong was not the strongest rank in Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nyen Gu immortal Nyen, God Gu immortal Gu God Gu Gu, Gu immortal Tian immortal Gu Imo Gu, Li to immortal Gu Gu He Gu Dong. Gu Nyen immortal Nyen of Gu, Gu Nyen to be, a Nyen of Gu Yi of Gu of immortal to of. Sir, Nyen, Gu of Nyen of Gu Nyen? The heavenly court Gu immortal smiled. "I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources." "I see." The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. New Heir Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged. It was UK Air using her killer move. It immediately split into eight Scarlet Rainbows flew towards New Heir Bao Xiong from 8 directions. New Heir Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang. 7 Scarlet Rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was UK Air's true body. "It's my turn." New Heir Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. "Go." Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in mid-air, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu Keir. Zhu Keir gave a delicate shout. The Scarlet Rainbow stopped and revealed her true form. A colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart. "Damn it, I lack offensive immortal Gu the most. I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu immortal one day, Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger. Her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, "The Celestial Court's Gu immortals are truly amazing. I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the chi wall, you cannot escape." Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger. It exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her. She had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ko laughed sinisterly. This move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal swallowed Yelu Ko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This Celestial Court's Gu immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. "Who are you?" Yelu Ko's gaze was cold. "Zhao Shanhe." The white fatty laughed. "I won't let you kill our healing Gu immortal so easily." Yelu Ko did not speak. His aura rose steadily. Evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily. "I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal Gu, I can take on 5 at once." On the other side, Several Gu immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. She must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had been leading Northern Plains side. Seeing that the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly. Even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains Gu immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan is not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court's side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals felt the pressure on them lessening. They could easily retreat to the Qi wall to recuperate. Boom. Two time path killer moves collided. Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Lu Ru was about to retreat to the Qi wall when a figure appeared. Die. The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Lu Ru was only a few steps away from the Qi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief. He had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert, Lu Lu Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature. He was called the shame of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu Lu Lu. He was extremely angry. Gu Lu Ru's death shook the Gu immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Gu Lu Ru did not have all his Gu worms, and more importantly, as more Gu immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains side, Hei Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Lu Ru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court Gu immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more Gu immortals. Damn it. These Gu immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains Gu immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains Gu immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9-time path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sichuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon, Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate Gu, ancient Gu immortals could not travel to the future, and future Gu immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate Gu's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the Gu immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate Gu was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sichuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate Gu would be ruined. Fate Goo was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sichuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate Goo at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize Fate Goo. Regarding this, Bing Sichuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate Goo. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sichuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate Goo, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sichuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate Goo. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook. His aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the 5-colored light. Damn it! 5 Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the 5-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. 5 Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or 5 Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Song Yen was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, "Attack, try to attract their attention." Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Song Yen again. The two fought fiercely. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted Longevity Heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Xiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Goo. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. Hee. The fresh flower landed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Xiongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His mind was heavily injured and split into 2, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yen quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to Heaven Overseeing Tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Goo. Too late. Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with 5 Elements Grandmaster, restraining these two. Che Wei and Song Yen became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The two shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 Goo Immortals in the refinement path formation. Thus it did not explode. It was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Xiongdu's vision turned dark. He had a splitting headache. He was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation. He could completely tamper with fate goo and make all of the celestial court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as fate goo was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results and fate goo could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the celestial court's efforts had turned into longevity heaven. This was such a difficult decision. Adding on the fact that Yuan Xiongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Goo, Yuan Xiongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined, she stretched out her small white hand wanting to grab Fate Goo. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this longevity heaven operation. But right at this time, on the four walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of two Gu Immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of two Venerables. Of course, this is only the method of two Venerables, it is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries, he smiled at the empty wall. I got it, I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden, even the Celestial Court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Goo, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion. She only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left, she was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear. The jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway, it was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest. It was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears, it even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground, there were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing, the bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady, he did not feel anything wrong, his thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was cultured and elegant, he wore a green robe with a white belt on his head, his black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words, love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers, even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around. He could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his woodpath attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this woodpath killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables' chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power. It was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between Star Constellation's Will and Limitless Demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort. It is truly a pity that this woodpath true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved. He raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu Immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff. Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish-golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the Refinement Path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yen defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the Refinement Path formation, Yuan Xiongdu coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the Refinement Path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sichuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around. His attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long? Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu Immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times, many goo worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His immortal killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative immortal goo house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's immortal killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, immortal goo and killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of goo cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. He had comprehended the profundity of transformations. His foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sichuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains goo immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. Kill. A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains goo immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you." A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the goo immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole he could see the sky behind him. At the next moment he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. Bam! With a muffled sound he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood. He died on the spot. He was a famous expert in Northern Plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the 2 Northern Plains goo immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. "What are you looking at?" Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. "Oh no." The 2 Northern Plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's 2 ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the 2 Northern Plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like 2 meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The 2 Celestial Court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, 1 died and 2 were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the Celestial Court's side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. "After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Tao Guardian." The Celestial Court goo immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Tao Guardian matured, they would be the #1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. "He's coming." Bing Sichuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the three, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sichuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. "Protect me," Bing Sichuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. "Open!" he shouted, using a Chi Path killer move this time. Surging Chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. "It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move." Duke Long smiled sinisterly. Two more Longevity Heaven Gu immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sichuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sichuan's eyes. Impossible. How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? You guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. Chapter 1735. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. "O Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now I will show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand." Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains immortals. He only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history. They had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. "Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power." Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom boom boom. Amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Gu immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him. The number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, faster, faster. Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Gu immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Gu immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him. Duke Long, don't even think of leaving. Fight me if you dare. We must stop him. The purple gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sichuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this Luck Path rank 8 immortal Gu house below him. Oh no. Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sichuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his Chi Path killer move again. Myriad Chi surged, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals shook intensely. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled. The Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent and the universe was silent. Creak, creak, Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty. The faint golden light resisted Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This Luck Path rank 8 immortal Gu house could not fly anymore. It was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Quartz Gu immortals looked at him with shock and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it. This chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal, it was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Mao Li Chiu and its clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court. Seeing Duke Long's power, Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way. The immemorial green jade crane screamed. It activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Li Chiu's clone. Stop right there. Shabby 95 grabbed Mao Li Chiu's right hind leg and bit it. These two fools. Mao Li Chiu was furious. It was helpless to find that it was being held back by these two fools. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles. They were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring. It had already ignited the fighting spirit of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light. It slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 immortal Gu house created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huang Jin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long. Let Longevity Heaven pay the price in blood. How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted. They attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle. He had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains Gu immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court's side. They were also losing ground. Bing Sichuan understood. If not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fake Gu, but now they could not even protect themselves. How could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your Celestial Court might not succeed either. Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He gave the order, destroy the Refinement Path formation. Since he could not snatch Fake Gu or destroy Fake Gu, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would this Central Continent Refinement Path convention not be the last. Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Gu. This way the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant. Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice. The situation forced Bing Sichuan to make this choice. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order. They immediately attacked the Refinement Path formation around them. Song Yen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Humph, why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the Refinement Path formation were all taken by Tsong Yen alone. This was Tsong Yan's unique rule path method. He could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the Refinement Path formation, Celestial Court's Gu immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sichuan changed his target and tried to destroy the Refinement Path formation. He was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the Refinement Path formation to the death. This way both sides attacked and defended. They were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the Refinement Path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the Refinement Path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 immortal goo house. In fact, Calamity Luck Alter's methods were not limited to this, it still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Alter's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move, it was incompatible with Calamity Luck Alter's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sichuan was clear. Once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense, more and more Goo Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sichuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Alter could last. At the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom. A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble, the dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger. It had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper, his dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly, it was already the size of an adult deer's horn, it was like a crown on his head, it was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Alter, Bing Sichuan and the Northern Plains Goo Immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. This is a monster. A Northern Plains expert said hatefully. Monster? Haha, we 7 Big Dipper Immortals love to deal with monsters. Right at this time, from the illusion of the River of Time, 7 Goo Immortals walked out. It's them. Bing Sichuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper Immortals came from the Huangjin tribes. There were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s, they were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged, causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huangjin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the super forces of Northern Plains. Ancient battle formation. 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Goo Immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms. A huge metal wheel floated behind it. Immortal killer move, Winged Blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Chapter 1736. Winged Blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. At the next moment he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time, the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long immortal killer move, Immortal Binding Rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, Winged Blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted. His body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded, they were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was Immortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Spiraling Dragon Fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The black gold giant's 7 extreme desolations immortal binding rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the spiraling dragon fangs. Bing Sichuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fangs were only the size of an arm, to think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his immortal killer move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 extreme desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancients' power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huangjin tribes of the past. They were famous in northern plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's Winged Blade or Yi Lui tribe's Immortal Binding Rope. With 7 Extreme Desolation's protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed. The situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Court's Refinement Path formation no matter what. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. In 1 Gu Gu 1 1 Gu Gu of Gu and 2 1 1 1 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sichuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu Immortals loved to fight. They had fought countless battles in their lives. They far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sichuan was a rank 8-time path grade expert. It was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now we can only contact Fang Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck Path method again. They are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sichuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly. The highest profundity of Luck Path had always been in the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sichuan's method. Emperor City. Fang Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears. Li Huang and Qing Yi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qing Yi. Next he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright. They quickly retreated. Fangjing quickly used that move. A Gu Immortal shouted. Guyue Fangjing was inside the Immortal Gu house. He immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward, increasing its speed by several times. Fang Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qing Yi attacked again, fighting against Fang Yuan. Western Desert's Gu Immortals could not stand it. Someone sneered. This is clearly a blood path method. The Great Celestial Court is of the righteous path. They are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone. Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches. You even slander our righteous path. This is unforgivable. How could the central continent Gu Immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fangjing's blood path methods? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Li Huang and Qing Ye's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. He could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qing Yi were fighting with all their strength. He could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert's side was also very wary of him. They did not want to cooperate. Even though Fang Clan had colluded with Fang Yuan in the past, in this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fang Yuan? Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago. Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them. They had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness. When they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good, the final competition is probably coming to an end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention, he was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan he would not use a commanding tone, but Bing Sichuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told Fang Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court. This was the truth, it could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools. Fang Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court, his eyes shined with sharp light, he gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces. Wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits. It confessed the situation now because it wanted Fang Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court, they could no longer advance. But as long as Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop, they would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Qiongdu dare to repair Fate Gu? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fang Yuan's existence, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times Western Desert's immortal Gu houses would be heavily guarded by Celestial Court. Western Desert's Gu immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death, they could not charge in. Li Huang and Qing Yi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fang Yuan. In the past, Fang Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qing Yi at this time, Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now it was different. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey again. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Be it Spring Scissors or Summer Fan, Fang Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qing Yi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fang Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qing Yi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan's body, Winter Coat killer move resisted them with difficulty, his rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal Gu houses panicked, they used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal Gu houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything else, he used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat killer move could not hold on any longer, it broke with a crack, Fang Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fang Yuan endured it forcefully, ignoring the damage to his core immortal Gu and his own injuries, he activated Winter Coat killer move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal Gu was already damaged, now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before, it was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, immortal Gu Winter injury was too severe to recover, it was destroyed. Fang Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore, he lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fang Yuan used all sorts of time path methods, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The Gu masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The Gu masters were shocked and uncertain. The central continent Gu immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these Gu masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by Central Continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Battle opportunity. Fang Clan Immortals, the supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the immortal Gu House Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals shouted with bright eyes. Kill. Under the control of Fang Clan's Gu Immortal, Chicken Dog Coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the celestial court side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If Chicken Dog Coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed, celestial court would return to defend, they would lose their chance. But at this moment, Chicken Dog Coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no. Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the celestial court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power, they could not stop Chicken Dog Co-op closer, even closer. The Gu Masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other Gu Immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. Chapter 1737. Celestial Court Battlefield. The front lines were in full swing. Duke Long led the Celestial Court Immortals to fight against Northern Plains forces. But the rear was very quiet because of the Qi Wall. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of the overall situation. She paid attention to all aspects. Seeing that Chicken Dog Coop was about to crash into Emperor City, Fairy Myrtle's heart tightened. Senior Zheng Yuan, quickly save Emperor City. She instantly made a decision, she shouted with a trace of nervousness on her face. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded. Fairy, don't worry, I have accumulated enough human will, my mission is about to be completed, open. At once, old man Zheng Yuan's body shook intensely, immortal essence surged as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path, but he was only rank 7, the human path method left behind as a key to open the immortal aperture was barely enough. To him, every time it happened, it was a pain that surpassed his limits. But old man Zheng Yuan did not show any trace of bitterness. Right now, he had the blissful radiance of a martyr on his face. After the killer move People's United Hearts, the human path method left behind by an immortal venerable was activated again. Emperor City Battlefield. Crush them all. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals laughed loudly with malevolent expressions. In their vision, Emperor City was getting closer and closer. As long as they destroyed it, it would be a shocking battle achievement. Not only would the Gu Immortals become famous in the 5 regions, the whole of Fang Clan would benefit from this, their reputation would soar and they would become the role model of Northern Plains righteous path forces. Good. Fang Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a premonition that as long as this collision succeeded, it would be of great benefit to him in the unseen world. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he had a keen sense of this. But his luck path attainment level was not high enough, he did not immediately sense the benefits of luck path. But right at this time a change occurred. A misty white light flashed above Emperor City. This white light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished completely. Even though it was still charging forward, it could no longer intimidate people. For example, the Chicken Dog Coop was like a battleship that rode the winds and waves. Now, it was like a broken boat that had no one steering it, drifting along with the waves. Then, under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Chicken Dog Coop began to collapse and collapse. Countless fragments scattered with the wind. It continued to disintegrate, like an old house that had experienced countless years of torment and finally died of old age. Under the strong winds, it was being dismantled piece by piece. A large number of Gu worms fluttered in the air, and at the same time, even more Gu worm corpses fell to the ground. A moment ago, Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, who had high morale and were ready to tear heaven and earth apart, did not move at all. Even the other Fang Clan Gu Immortals were shouting at this moment. A bad feeling enveloped Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. Soon their feelings were confirmed. From the destroyed Chicken Dog Coop, corpses fell down one after another. They were the Fang Clan Gu Immortals who were still alive and well a moment ago. How could this be? Fang Clan's Gu Immortals gasped. They called out the names of these Fang Clan Gu Immortals, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one attack, the entire Immortal Gu house was destroyed. None of the Gu Immortals inside survived. Even Fang Yuan's expression changed in shock. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never seen such a scene. This was the foundation of Central Continent's Celestial Court. It was forced out by Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Gu Immortals. After all, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven and infiltrated the depths of Celestial Court. Such a huge battle did not occur. Of course, it could also be that Fang Yuan's memories had some problems. After all, he had once been manipulated by Providence and became a pawn. He had to use Spring Autumn Cicada to revive many times. his 500 years of memories were not reliable. This is an immortal killer move, broken family and death. Li Huang's eyes shined, he was extremely excited. He looked towards the direction of heaven, thinking, it seems that over there human will has already been accumulated. Realizing this, Li Huang's heart was filled with boundless confidence. His roar echoed in the silent battlefield, my fellow comrades, what are you waiting for? Celestial Court has already made a move, it is time for us to counterattack. That's right, let these invaders have a taste of Central Continent's might. Qing Yi added. At the next moment, countless white lights started to shine in the vast Central Continent. These white lights were like dots and lumps of candlelight, there were billions and billions of them, they were like large dandelions, drifting with the wind and slowly rising, gradually filling the sky. What killer move is this? The Western Desert Gu immortals were uncertain. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor and used a soul path killer move to defend himself. Now that the winter armor was broken, Fang Yuan could only rely on another soul path defensive method. He was in the middle of a sky full of white spots of light. This scene also made him lack confidence. He probed carefully. But these white lights could not retaliate, they were like illusory shadows. Fang Yuan's probing had no effect on them. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and vast, encompassing the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these white lights were like fishes or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Central Continent Gu immortals. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu immortals increased, but they were not bright, the light was warm and gentle, it was not blinding. This scene didn't just occur in the battlefield of Imperial Emperor City, it occurred in the battlefield of the Heavenly Court, the battlefield of Infallible, and various other corners of the world. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people. The unity of the people, the destruction of the family, this was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's human path method. And hope of the people and the following move were the results of star constellation Immortal Venerable's exploration of human path. Within Celestial Court, Old Man Zheng Yuan shouted again. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights on the Central Continent Gu immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the Gu immortals rose rapidly. Their auras have changed, what is going on? Seeing this, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions were shocked and uncertain. So strong, such strength. The Central Continent Gu immortals had a wondrous feeling, a brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This strength was so vast and surging, it was like a surging tidal wave that charged at their hearts and moved towards their limbs. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear, intense battle intent surged. This was especially evident on Li Huang, Fairy Myrtle, and Chen Yi. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Stop attacking. Observe the situation first. Western Desert's immortal Gu houses retreated continuously. The situation had truly frightened these Western Desert people. Fang Yuan squinted, but he attacked at this moment. He wanted to attack and probe. Son of Yama flew out, pouncing at Li Huang and Qing Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply and laughed sinisterly. Verdant Sun's flame cloak expanded by several times, burning fiercely. Before Son of Yama got close to him, it combusted and turned into nothingness. Demon, take this. Li Huang attacked while Fang Yuan blocked. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This human path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 2 times. This was not a Dao Mark amplification. Dao Mark amplification targeted the power of immortal killer moves. Heroes among people targeted the Gu immortal themselves. At rank 8 level, a double amplification was already very terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. This was equivalent to a double amplification. And this heroes among people amplified it by at least 2 times. What was even more shocking was that it was not just Li Huang, there were hundreds and thousands of Central Continent Gu immortals. Expectations of the people paired with heroes among people, this was the power of 2 rank 9 killer moves unleashed at the same time. Just like Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancients, Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves, expectations of the people and heroes among people, were not inferior, they shocked even the immortals. An even worse situation appeared. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses also started to gather a layer of white light. Heroes among people's effect also extended to immortal Gu houses. This was because immortal Gu houses themselves were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by the Gu immortal. Since heroes among people could amplify other immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses were also affected. Central Continent's side gained such a strong boost, it was even more terrifying than having twice the amount of reinforcements. When Gu immortals fought, the more people there were, the better. Because Gu immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths repelled each other, 1 + 1 was often less than 2. If Gu immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control immortal Gu houses together, or act as the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, Gu immortals were mostly used to provide immortal essence to repair immortal Gu houses and immortal formations. Compared to these two, ancient battle formations had a huge advantage. Even though they had already been eliminated by time, they could fully excavate the Gu immortals' own potential. They were very useful. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were all constructed and had fixed killer moves, so there were only so many methods. But ancient battle formations were different. The methods that Gu immortals knew could be used by ancient battle formations, and they were even more powerful and mystical. The ancient battle formation could truly combine the strength of many Gu immortals together ingeniously. This was also the reason why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and make Duke Long helpless. The 7 Gu immortals that formed 7 Extreme Desolation could combine their strength, 1 + 1 was greater than 2. From this aspect, the ingenuity of heroes among men was even better than that of perfect couples. Because pairs only created a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. But heroes among people directly amplified the main body by more than 2 times. The main body's strength was far more valuable than a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. The pressure increased. Western Desert's Gu immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's side. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Leave your life behind. Li Huang and Qing Yi attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 1738. Emperor City Battlefield. After a difficult battle, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The killer move heroes among people was simply heaven-defying, but it was not without a price. The white light on Li Huang and Qing Ye's bodies was decreasing rapidly, they were expended rapidly. But at the same time the white light was replenished. The white light in the sky was like grains of sand in a river, seemingly endless. It gathered on Li Huang and Qing Ye's bodies. Fang Yuan tried many times to break it, but to no avail. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, they rained down like a storm as he thought rapidly. As long as I destroy the white light in the sky, it will be enough. Without the replenishment of these light spots, Li Huang and Qing Yi are like water without a source. As long as the battle drags on, their buffs will disappear completely. But I have no methods to deal with these white light spots. Fang Yuan tried many times, but unfortunately he did not have any methods that could deal with these white light spots. This was the domain of human path. Even though human path had always existed. In fact, because of the legends of Renzu, it was very likely to be the first path of human cultivation, but there were very few Gu immortals who could truly grasp human path. Throughout history, only those with shocking talent and unparalleled talent could have some understanding of it. These comprehensions were often piecemeal and did not form a system. At most, they would only be a small set of killer moves. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient, will follow, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's popular support, heroes among people. Fang Yuan did not have such methods. He contacted the Western Desert Gu immortals present, but they did not have such methods either. Throughout this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was in the aspect of human path. If it were other paths with Fang Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with them. But he was very unfamiliar with human path. Not just him, most Gu immortals were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, they would often have good results. For example, Longevity Heaven used Call of the Ancient, or Celestial Court used Heroes Among People. Looks like I have to comprehend more of the legends of Renzu and comprehend the profundities of the human path within. If we don't use humane methods, we will be at a great disadvantage when dealing with the Celestial Court. In the 5 regions chaotic war in the future, the various forces will have some human path methods. My foundation in this area is indeed very poor. Fang Yuan clearly understood this point. Fang Yuan's battle prowess was already very strong. There were many factors involved, but the main reason was that he had been doing everything possible to strengthen his battle prowess. In terms of battle strength, he was already at the peak of the current Gu immortal world. In terms of resources, Fang Yuan relied on plundering and the convenience of the sovereign immortal aperture to be self-sufficient. It could feed a large number of immortal goo and was also a profitable business. But currently he did not have the financial resources to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. He needed time to accumulate. However, Fang Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in refinement path and time path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, blood path, strength path, transformation path, wisdom path, and star path were also not bad. But in poison path, dream path, space path, sword path and others he was clearly lacking. These were his shortcomings. It was even more so in terms of human path. Li Huang, Qing Yi and the rest suppressed Fang Yuan with the help of heroes among people. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up, he could only turn from offense to defense. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses turned to offense, surrounding the Western Desert Immortals and the immortal goo houses controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses rose in battle strength. They were not afraid of these enemy immortal goo houses breaking through. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Soon. Song Qiyuan had a heated gaze. He stared at the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. The other rank 8 goo immortals from Eastern Sea were doing the same. Qingyuan, Huakaiyun, Shinsongxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shimiao, and Yang Zihe. These goo immortals were working together to refine Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, there was no one controlling it now, and a portion of its power was suppressing Di Zongxing. It could not resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. As time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by Eastern Sea's immortals. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became even more vigilant. Be careful, the worst thing is to fail at the last step. That's right, I have a bad feeling about this but I don't know why. That's right, we attacked this place, but Celestial Court did not send any reinforcements. Don't worry, Celestial Court might not even be able to fend for themselves now, they can only sacrifice themselves to save themselves. I'm afraid they have given up on this place. Old slave Bei Feng, go guard the cave entrance, kill anyone suspicious. If Celestial Court sends reinforcements, fight to the death. Shen Songxing shouted. He had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng. Old Man Bei Feng lost his freedom, he could only listen to Shen Songxing. He sighed bitterly, he could only listen to orders. He brought Feng Chanzi away from this place. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. His battle strength was nothing compared to the Eastern Sea Immortals. After Shen Songxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng, he also turned him into a Gu Immortal slave. It seems that Brother Shen's gains are the greatest this time. Zhang Yin smiled. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the Immortals, but Shen Songxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was Old Man Bei Feng, he was a true rank 8. The only flaw was that he was heavily injured now, his battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was silent, he knew that he seemed to have gained the most, even though the others were calm and collected, they were still holding grudges. This way Shen clan had a new rank 8. When Old Man Bei Feng recovers, he would be someone who could break the balance of Eastern Sea. After thinking for a while, Shen Songxing smiled and said, "It's just Old Man Bei Feng, so what? He is old, his injuries are severe, he will need to spend a lot of time and effort to recover. Compared to Dragon Palace, it is nothing." He tried to belittle Old Man Bei Feng as much as he could, at the same time, he wanted the Immortals' attention to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace can actually suppress Di Zongxing and even enslave him. With it, when the 5 regions merge in the future, we will be able to resist the other 4 regions. This was to make the Immortals feel a sense of danger, to remind them that I, Shen Songxing, and Shen Clan are your allies, the true enemies are in Central Continent and the other 4 regions. Let's take a look. According to my deductions, Dragon Palace should still have Dream Path Immortal Gu. Hopefully Duke Long did not take it away. Shen Songxing said. The Immortals were silent. Shen Songxing's words were logical and skillful. He dispelled the indignation in his companions' hearts with just a few words. Dragon Palace has already been subdued, what do we do now? Granny Rong suddenly asked. Once Dragon Palace is subdued, we will act together and help it suppress and enslave Di Zongxing. After that, Song Qiyuan pondered. Celestial Court's reinforcements have not appeared, it shows how intense the battle outside is. Perhaps we can lend a hand and help the others. Even if it is Fang Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions, we need to weaken it. He who said Celestial Court's reinforcements did not come. But at this time a change occurred. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shimiao, Yang Zihe, and the rest suddenly attacking Song Qiyuan, Qingyuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shin Songxing. How could Song Qiyuan and the rest of the four people expect that their companions who fought alongside them would plot against them? At once, they were hit and retreated while coughing out blood. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had strong foundations, they had good defenses. Zhang Yin and the rest's sneak attack did not take any of their lives. But this was enough. Song Qiyuan and the rest were heavily injured, they retreated to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yin and the rest occupied the inner perimeter, guarding Dragon Palace. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked and furious. Qingyuan shouted, "Zhang Yin, are the four of you crazy? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourself?" Zhang Yin chuckled, "The four of us attacked together, how can it be considered taking it for ourselves?" Shin Songxing's expression was grim. "Don't forget, we signed an alliance agreement. The four of you attacked us, just wait for the alliance agreement's backlash." Yang Zihe's tone was plain, but his expression was resolute. "Even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, we will not let you take it." Hua Kaiyun frowned, saying softly, "Something is wrong." Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone immortals and rank 8 demonic cultivators, they were still Eastern Sea people. Even if they had conflicts with the leaders of super forces like Song Qiyuan, they were risking their lives to protect Dragon Palace. Their standpoint had clearly changed. "Why are you doing this?" Song Qiyuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest's lips curled up, showing a strange smile. Next, their bodies started to grow taller, their limbs turned into claws, their skin was covered in layers of scales, a pair of horns grew out of their foreheads and their pupils turned vertical. Their appearances underwent a shocking change. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked. Because of these changes, Zhang Yin and the rest became very similar to Duke Long. Qing Yuan was furious. "You actually abandoned your noble human identities and degenerated into lowly variant human dragon men? What do you know? Dragon men are the noblest, this is the trend of heaven and earth. Humans are destined to be eliminated by heaven and earth." Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one. Saying this, they shouted together, "We are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the four dragon generals." Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked speechless. Chapter 1739. Hua Kaiyun could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that all of this seemed like success, but it was a huge trap that Celestial Court had meticulously planned. "Precisely." Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Qing Yuan and the rest reacted. "To make us feel at ease, you actually allowed me to enslave old man Bei Feng, you truly have ulterior motives." Shin Songxing said coldly. "This was not our plan, nor was it Lord Duke Long's plan." Zhang Yin shook his head, he was clearly the leader of the four. "Do you know none of your actions escaped Fairy Myrtle's deductions? Ordering us to hide was also Fairy Myrtle's arrangement." Song Qiyuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. "This means that this rank 8 Immortal Gu House is actually an enslavement path Immortal Gu House. It can actually enslave 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Moreover, it can continue to enslave and suppress Di Zongxing. Since ancient times, this is probably the #1 enslavement path Immortal Gu House." Zhang Yin and the rest's expressions changed. Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shin Songxing looked at Song Qiyuan. They immediately understood that he had not given up yet. Even though they encountered such a shocking change, how could Song Qiyuan and the other rank 8 Gu Immortal experts give up so easily? Moreover, even though they were ambushed and injured, they still had a lot of battle strength left. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. Ambushing rank 8 Gu Immortals was not so easy. Most immortal killer moves, once activated, would have an overflowing aura. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. It was quite difficult for them to conceal the aura of their killer moves. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only Southern Borders Wu Yong had it. Everyone else, even the members of Celestial Court, did not have it. Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled again. Song Qiyuan and the rest were not willing to give up. They fought with Zhang Yin and the rest. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Bai Tsang Shui brought Chen Yi and retreated as they fought. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation and kill the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Bai Tsang Shui was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. The deities of Southern Frontier gave her a lot of pressure, especially Wu Yong. Any killer move's aura was concealed by him. When he erupted, Bai Tsang Shui was very wary. Even if Wu Yong didn't make a move, she still had to pay attention to this dangerous person. "Put me down and go," Chen Yi said. He was struck by the peerless move, "Farewell, friend wind." He could not move and could only wait for death. At this moment, his sleeves, eyebrows and hair were all disappearing. His limbs were not intact either. The terrifying power of "Farewell, friend wind" was about to completely eliminate his limbs and then spread to his torso. Thankfully, "Farewell, friend wind" was not contagious, it was only targeted at Qin Yi. Bai Zhang Shui had the guts to protect Qin Yi by her side. "You think I want to save you?" Bai Zhang Shui transmitted secretly. Qin Yi was slightly dazed. He suddenly realized. As expected, Bai Zhang Shui continued to transmit. "I did this on purpose. I pretended to be unwilling to give up on you and put myself in danger. It was to attract the attention of the deities of Southern Frontier, to stall for time for the people behind us, allowing them to set up more immortal formations. You are dead for sure, but you can still make use of some of your strength. Maybe I will die too, but as long as I can stall for time, it will be fine. For the Celestial Court, for Central Continent, for all of humanity, what is sacrifice?" Qin Yi was silent. He suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed insignificant. Even though he was infatuated with power and authority, he also had the greater good of humanity. He was the same as Bai Zhang Shui, he was not afraid of sacrifice. If not for that, Fairy Myrtle wouldn't have promoted him to a member of the Celestial Court. But Qin Yi didn't smile, instead his expression became more bitter and painful. He wanted to act, to cooperate with Bai Zhang Shui to confuse the deities of Southern Frontier. "Let me make use of some of my strength in the last moments of my life." Qin Yi was calm, he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, a song entered his ears. In such an intense battle, who would still have the mood to sing? Qin Yi was stunned, he was instantly attracted by the song. Like him, Bai Zhang Shui, Wu Yong and the others were the same. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be full of contradictions, it was very unique. At first, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. Then, the stream seemed to turn into magma, it expanded into a long river in the mountains, it was like a giant dragon wandering. At the same time, the mountains under the magma river turned into waves, swooshing one after another, it rose and fell without stopping. The magma and the waves collided, they interacted and created a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds, they flew up as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the lightning pierced through the azure clouds, the immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds, their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times they were in high spirits, at times they were homeless. At times they bent their backs, at times they spread their wings and soared. In the battlefield, the battle stopped, everyone was immersed in the song, they forgot everything else. But the song suddenly stopped, the immortals quickly woke up. Chi Chu Yu had a solemn expression. "What song is this? It is so terrifying, we were all trapped in it, unable to escape." Qiao Zhikai had a pale expression, he had lingering fear. Thankfully the song stopped, otherwise none of us would have survived. "What song is this?" Yi Haofang asked. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the formation, he wore a red and white robe, he had an elegant demeanor as he smiled. "This is my newly created destiny song." Was Feng Jioga. Destiny? Such arrogance. Ba Shi Ba snorted coldly. "Unbelievable. This song of destiny actually saved my life." Qin Yi cheered. He only had his torso and head left, but the farewell friend wind had already stopped and dissipated. Even though his injuries were terrifying, Qin Yi's life was saved. The deities of Southern Frontier was dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend wind was at rank 8 level. Feng Jioga's destiny song used fate armor immortal Gu as the core, it was also at rank 8. "You again." Wu Yong stared at Feng Jioga. Last time when he wanted to kill Feng Yuan, it was Feng Jioga who protected Feng Yuan's life. This time when he wanted to kill Qin Yi, it was Feng Jioga who stopped Qin Yi's sacrifice. Twice in a row, it was Feng Jioga who foiled Wu Yong's plans. And both times they were crucial. Even though Wu Yong was a formidable character with a broad mind and could endure what others could not, he could not help but feel furious now. "Feng Jioga, you are truly a peerless genius." Wu Yong's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice was calm but bone-chilling like the wind. "Come, use all of your abilities, I want to experience them." Saying so, a hurricane swept forward. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind, it had been wreaking havoc in the battlefield, it was like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. This attack expended over 10,000 wind path Dao marks in Wu Yong's body. Unlimited wind continued for a long time, it was grand and grand, pressuring towards Feng Jioga and the rest. Feng Jioga smiled bitterly, Lord Wu Yong's might is unfathomable, I can only choose to hide for now. Baicang Shui was still dragging Qin Yi. It is about time, let's go. The formation behind the three of them expanded. With such support they successfully retreated back to the formation. Once they entered the formation, Feng Jioge spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of collapsing. What happened to you? Baicang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Jioge smiled, his expression was ugly, his breathing was extremely weak. This destiny song of mine is just a rough creation, I did not even complete half of it. I had no choice but to use it this time, I suffered heavy injuries. Brother Feng, you risked your life to save this old man's life. This life-saving grace, this old man will never forget it for life. Qin Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos, the deities of Southern Frontier are coming, I saved you but also for the overall situation of Central Continent. Feng Jioge shook his head. Qin Yi looked at Feng Jioge and then at Baicang Shui, thinking of their reckless actions, he laughed heartily. No matter how dangerous the situation is, with our fearless sacrifice and fighting spirit, Central Continent will win, Celestial Court will win. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, who had been observing infallible blessed land from afar, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Feng Jioge, destiny song indeed. Fairy Myrtle knew about Celestial Court's Destiny Gu plan. Longevity Heaven also had ambitions towards Destiny Gu. Celestial Court wanted fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Longevity Heaven wanted Fate Gu, they were both attempts against Destiny Gu. However, the one who took the first step was not these two super forces, but a Gu Immortal. Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of Feng Jioge's talent and ability, she suddenly realized that she had greatly underestimated him. Qin Yi's sacrifice was a foregone conclusion in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Because once Farewell Friend Wind was hit, there was no way to get rid of it. Unless they had taken strict precautions beforehand. But to think that this historical record would be broken by Feng Jioge. In history, there had never been a situation where Farewell Friend Wind was broken head-on. Undeniably, after Great Assimilation Wind, Feng Jioge had created history once again. Emperor City Battlefield. Waves of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended successfully. This meant that this place was no longer the Celestial Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, trying to move elsewhere. They did not destroy Emperor City and the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything is over. Sigh, Celestial Court succeeded in the end. The Western Desert Gu Immortals were dejected, but it was not easy for them to leave. Central Continent's side was amplified by heroes among people, they did not want to let them leave so easily. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best but there was nothing he could do. Celestial Court's methods were endless, he was unable to take them all in. In the end, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, Feng Yuan could not compare. Chapter 1740. Feng Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work. He also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same, it was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Feng Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation, it was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat. Feng Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qin Yi tried to stall Feng Yuan, but with Feng Yuan's methods he was confident he could break out. Feng Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation. Secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open, a huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way. It was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City? This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered, they quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But Heaven's might was unfathomable, the earth trench's formation was not ordinary, it was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Gu Immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Gu Immortals could only watch as the earth trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly, it was huge, once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the earth trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters, they were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Fang Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them. There were also many people with similar luck. Quickly save them. Li Huang shouted. Ha ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form, he could use Soul Path killer moves easily. Fang Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the Immemorial Year Monkey and using 2-time Path killer moves. No. In his haste, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Fang Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. Fang Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu immortal, you are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death. Qin Ye's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Qin Yi knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent. It used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people. It could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sect system. It was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu immortals. In the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Gu immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves. They were the seeds of Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city. It also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves. It greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished. Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Fang Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Qin Yi and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. Demon. He actually killed almost everyone in the city. Among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people. Central Continent's Gu immortals were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. Can you stop me? Indeed they could not. Even though Fang Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, but they could not trap Fang Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they killed Fang Yuan quickly, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xiong Xian's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Fang Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom. With this attack, Fang Yuan almost destroyed an immortal Gu house. Gu Fangjing was inside this house. He was covered in cold sweat. This immortal Gu house quickly retreated and reorganized itself. Other immortal Gu houses quickly filled the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fangjing was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fangjing's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted him again. Bing Sichuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you. Fang Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's Celestial Court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united. They were united, while the other 4 regions were scattered. They had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses. For example, even though Western Desert sent immortal Gu houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle, they had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly, "My side cannot hold on for long, there are many casualties but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land." As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures, before extracting success Dao marks from it. Right now, Fate Gu had not been fully repaired, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success Dao marks were being prepared, to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield, it was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of Southern Frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear. It seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the immortal Gu houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar, it slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chuyu said solemnly, "Unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light?" The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals received the help of heroes among people, the immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, Unlimited Wind. Even though he still had the upper hand now, the results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to Unlimited Wind, we will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yihao Fang said with concentration. Ba Shirba pondered. But this is different from before. Earlier we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Shirba's words. After all, even though Unlimited Wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly, his plan to launch a surprise attack failed, he could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal Gu, but they were not severely injured. Chen Yi had no hope of survival to think that Feng Jioge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces, one group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way they would not be able to gather their strength, the efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally. Even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply, he immediately made arrangements. Chi Chuyu had the highest formation path attainment, he had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength, he had to enter the formation to protect Chi Chuyu and attack from inside. As for Yihao Fang and Ba Shirba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge, it would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the Southern Border Gu Immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed, he looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people. The 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick, he had a kind and amiable aura, he was the former first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Yao clan, the current South Desolation Immortal with Longevity Heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe, he had thick hair, he was tall and thin, he was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Baizu clan, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The third was dressed in a tall crown, he had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak, he had an outstanding demeanor, he was the external elder of Gong clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Er Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boy Nian Er Fu and others. The Northern Plains Gu immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention? Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled. The enemy is here, I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation. Chapter 1741. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. What formation is this? Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yi Haofang and Qi Chuyu, the two rank 8s, as well as a group of Southern Border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together, the agreement was rather loose, they were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together, this is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Bashir Ba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time, we will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Qi Chuyu, who was beside him, spoke. This formation should be new, I have never seen any records of it. Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, in that case we can only probe the formation first. Someone from Northern Plains added, it was Yao Huang, he held his walking stick as he smiled. Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived, our battle strength is still intact, we can probe it now. Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, fellow Taoist Baiyuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes we will definitely do our best to support you. The Medicine Sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu immortals was specially arranged by Bing Saichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Saichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Saichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Saichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter, it had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Saichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains' side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Saichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Fang Yuan. Hence, the Medicine Sovereign knew how important this attack was. The Celestial Court's hopes of snatching Fate Gu were getting slimmer. It could be said that Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu come to a halt. This way the Celestial Court would have to try to repair Fate Gu again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of Southern Frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention, he took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history, it could be said to be the first in history, both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring Boy Nian Er Fu. This person had the appearance of a child, he had peak rank 7 battle strength, he cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary, it was like an underground cave. The cave was huge, the Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave, some were hanging down from the ceiling, some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors, they shined with a bright light. Nian Er Fu carefully entered the formation under the immortal's gazes. He was famous in northern plains, he cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Er Fu was extremely vigilant, he did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nian Er Fu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nian Er Fu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nian Er Fu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nian Er Fu was very alert. Seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome. It blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Er Fu escape before it's too late. Chichu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern border and northern plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nian Er Fu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the northern plains group. That was close. If not for you guys, I would have died here. Nian Er Fu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, Nu Er Qian pointed at Nian Er Fu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nian Er Fu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation. There is also a jade stalagmite formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path. He had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestor Xuehu. Chi Chu Yu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chi Chu Yu smiled confidently. If it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were working together, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qing Yi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qing Yi obtained the support of heroes among people. They chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fang Yuan. The rest were either dealing with the Western Desert Immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Sichuan's information, Fang Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction. He was getting further and further away from infallible blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Yama Emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child. He threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move, you want to escape with just this method? Qing Yi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The 2 immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these 2 celestial court rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's celestial court paid special attention to Fang Yuan's familiar face. They made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qing Yi had rich battle experience. They immediately saw that Fang Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed. Why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused Ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fang Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beasts' claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky, some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method. After fighting, Li Huang and Qing Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qing Ye's situation was even worse. He blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief. How can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move and Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness and price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortal's Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qing Yi were entangled. Fang Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from white heaven to black heaven, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sichuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fang Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. Me. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fang Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fang Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fang Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Ba Ba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chu Du was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fang Yuan. Prince's Impatience and Ba Ba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fang Yuan too closely. Fang Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot Exquisite formation, they had also broken 2 more. They were currently trapped in the 4th formation. Chu Du had played an important role in the 2nd formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fang Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these 2 regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Jinyang Tower was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Many of Southern Border's super forces were extorted by Fang Yuan. But now they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence. I have no time to waste. Move aside. I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They were waiting for Fang Yuan. They were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here." Chapter 1742. Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature. Even though he had deep hatred with Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fang Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Chi Chu Yu and the rest added, "Not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our Southern Border super forces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan killed many of the southern border Gu immortal captives for his own benefit, but now the Southern Alliance immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality, but even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fang Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City, their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fang Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent, there were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With two killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique that attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker? Is it because Spectral Soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully Fang Yuan had his own methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was inside the Light of Wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the killer move Shatter Dream to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies self-detonated, Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted. Its power fell rapidly. Prince's Impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Prince's Impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" "My words are the evidence. In this situation, I don't want this to happen." Fang Yuan immediately replied, "I don't have enough dream realms. I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu Immortals stationed there to receive me." Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Prince's Impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that Spring Autumn Cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly, but now he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fang Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. "Alright, I will send the message, you can go now." At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fang Yuan go. At this time, Chi Chuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. "Good, I have comprehended this formation, quickly attack this place, this is the true formation core. Wu Yong was overjoyed, he tossed Fang Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Qi Chuyu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Ming Lu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Qi Chuyu had surpassed him time and time again, he had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times, he could not help but admire him. Let's follow Lord Qi Chuyu's arrangements, we will help our southern border allies. Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the pursuers, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qin Yi. Using fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan returned to southern border and central continent, obtaining a large number of dream realms. With these dream realms, he created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies again and charged at celestial quartz formation. Right now, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was only secondary, the most important thing was to destroy the formation and stop celestial court from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true goal. But who could have known that any pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that got close to the formation would shatter for no reason, they would be turned into other pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that attacked Fang Yuan. Furthermore, in the battles between the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's side also lost more than they won. All these situations made Fang Yuan realize, it seems that Celestial Court has modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Right at this time, Wu Yong sent a message, Fang Yuan, continue to let the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies attack the formation, we have already found many flaws in the formation. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that Celestial Court has not truly fused their dream path methods with the formation. Thus, every time they use their killer moves to deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they would greatly disrupt the formation's operation and create flaws. These flaws were too obvious in the eyes of Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity. Wu Yong and the rest took the chance to attack and gain great results. But this way Fang Yuan's dream realms would continue to be used by Celestial Court, the enemies would have more and more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I need to truly break the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank, this was a problem that he could not avoid, he had to solve quickly. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to break it himself, but Qi Chuyu, Wu Yong, and the rest were already inside the formation. Dream path methods were not useful, he was needed outside the formation. Fang Yuan started to deal with these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time he sent a message to the others. There is another crucial point now, that is Celestial Court's human path killer move, who can get rid of these scattered white specks of light? No one answered. Eventually it was Yi Hao Fang who replied dejectedly, human path specialty is in reinforcement, because human path Dao marks will not interfere with the Dao marks of other paths, they will not be interfered with. Unless we use human path methods, we need to be at least rank 8 level to have a chance of dealing with them. Yi Hao Fang cultivated transformation path, he was especially skilled in reinforcing others. This was because he had a signature killer move, it was called human transformation. His honest words made Fang Yuan dispel his expectations in this aspect. If heroes among people could not break it, Prince's impatience was also a huge threat. But Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest were not willing to expose this person's identity. It was very difficult to kill a rank 8. Instead, it was better to pretend that they did not know and focus on breaking the formation. Stopping Celestial Court's plan was the most important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally made some progress in his deductions. He took some risks and successfully captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body to research. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been completely modified, it can truly be called the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan felt his gains were huge. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker physique transformation and grasped Celestial Court's techniques. Their side's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were immediately modified, as Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard, formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Chi-Chuyu said solemnly, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Chi-Chuyu sighed. According to rumors, star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems. She set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation. It can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Chi-Chuyu's words made the immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Chapter 1743. Wu Yong, Yao Huang and the rest were at a loss. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was specially made to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to rumors, back then Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. With their strength, how could they break through such a heavenly chasm? What made them even more anxious was that they had to make full use of every second they had. Time waited for no one. Once fake Gu was repaired, there would be no hope of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Baizu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's work. No wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Chi-Chuyu said with difficulty, even if we gather all the formation path Gu immortals in the world to break this formation, we will most likely fail. Furthermore, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance who had been extremely useful since the start of the battle, was also thinking of retreating. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have a plan to break the formation? Chi-Chuyu asked in confusion. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I do not have a plan, I have already seen through Celestial Court's situation. Everyone, don't be nervous. In my opinion, we have overestimated our current predicament. What? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was personally created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court's Gu immortals entered the formation to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But they could not stop Limitless Demon Venerable from breaking the formation. Since it's a broken formation, then this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation has already been destroyed once. Even if Celestial Court has a deep foundation and repaired all the immortal Gu. In the worst-case scenario, we are facing a complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending Gu immortals are not all members of Celestial Court. In fact, there are not many true members of Celestial Court. Emperor City had Li Huang and Qing Yi, while Celestial Court had Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiongdu, Che Wei and Song Yen were all involved. The central continent was attacked by the 4 regions this time, forcing them to set up the 9-9 formation here. This shows that they have divided their forces and are short on manpower, so they can only defend passively. Wu Yong's eyes shone brightly. For a moment, his entire body exuded a peerless confidence and the elegance of a strategist. He continued, the most important thing is that they have already revealed their weak nature. Because previously, Qin Yi and Baizang Shui came out to fight my Southern Alliance immortals and Qin Yi was almost killed by me. Everyone, if the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is really unbreakable, why would Qin Yi and Baizang Shui take the risk? They are definitely stalling for time to set up the new Gu formation. Just our Southern Alliance's attack alone had already forced them to take the risk. Now that our Southern Alliance is working together with Northern Plains, we have a high chance of success. Even though the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is legendary, it depends on who is attacking and who is defending. That's right, that's right. That's right, the urgent matter now is to attack. Celestial Court's defense is not that strong. I am ashamed, I was actually intimidated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's reputation. Wu Yong's words raised the morale of the immortals, their attacks became stronger and fiercer. Wu Yong smiled but he sighed internally. The immortals here were all geniuses, they were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Bing Sai Chuan informed everyone of the situation. They gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this. The immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the Immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety, they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Gu Immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these two regions are in a state of disunity. Unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the Righteous Path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Feng Yuan's Dream Path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure Dream Reality Seeker physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Feng Yuan inside this formation? Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioge's face was pale but he had a smile on his face. Huang Er, good job. He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile. He was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Feng Yuan was none other than Feng Jioge's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit. I was able to control Immortal Gu and use immortal killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Feng Yuan and make him fail. Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Bai Tsang Shui smiled. Chen Yi nodded. He looked at Feng Jioge before looking at Feng Kim Hong. Like father, like daughter. Feng Jioge saved his life. While Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chen Yi was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing. He snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand killer move. He could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation. Even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier he did not care about his injuries, but now 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened. He started to move around. Bing Sai Chuan and the rest let out sighs of relief. Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed. The mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qing Yi are rushing to Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas rank 8 Gu Immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense, Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle. Very good, I was not wrong about you, Ziwei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City. It was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, "This is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace. Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Token? It could enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble." Duke Long, indeed I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence. He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these four were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals. They were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Zhang Yin and the other 3 Gu immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Zhang Yin and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner. There were still other rank 8 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to chapter 672 of this volume for details. Duke Long had vaguely guessed the true relationship between these 4 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace at that time. Only when he snatched Dragon Palace and refined it did he confirm his conjecture. Because he was prepared, he did not expose Zhang Yin and the rest. If they were exposed, they might not be able to keep the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals. The most important thing for the Celestial Court now was to completely repair Fate Gu. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Myrtle, "We need to pay attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The regional walls are gone, the 5 regions are about to merge into one. At that time, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge, and because of this battle, everyone will be excited. Di Zongxing's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will not be able to compete with me." Duke Long naturally understood Di Zongxing more than Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately understood the meaning behind Duke Long's words. The current battle situation could be said to be stabilizing. Infallible Blessed Land, Celestial Court and Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield were all under the control of Celestial Court. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and a group of immortal Gu houses were about to arrive. The only change was in Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Duke Long was not worried about Dragon Palace changing owners, he had placed Dragon Palace there as a trap. When Dragon Palace was first designed, it had to be controlled by a Dragon Man. It was impossible to bypass this point, unless the Dragon Palace was demolished. Ordinary transformation path methods would not be effective. Duke Long was worried that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing hated the Celestial Court and Duke Long to the extreme. Now that his strength had risen, he would definitely take revenge. Duke Long did not have long to live, but Di Zongxing had an undying body. Chapter 1744. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing Celestial Court's formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were Li Huang and Qin Yi. "We finally arrived. That's right, it is not too late." Li Huang and Qin Yi arrived together. "Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan?" Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fang Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's Celestial Court did not have beacon towers. Li Huang and Qin Yi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. "He should have already entered the array," Clear Knight replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at Unbounded Wind. "This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation, we need to eliminate it first. This Wu Yong has such a killer move, and farewell friend Wind, if possible we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our Celestial Court." Li Huang and Qin Yi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards Unlimited Wind. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba had already sensed it, they rushed over. "Go!" Princes Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. "You want to attack me with fire? Laughable." Li Huang sneered. He did not dodge. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was burning on his body. Prince's Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang. They did not cause any damage to him. Instead, they increased the power of Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Prince's Impatience's expression did not change. He pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flames seeped into the orange-red Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Prince's Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounced forward. The two of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Ba watched Prince's Impatience's battle and thought to himself, this Prince's Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fang Yuan's side, Prince's Impatience and Ba Ba remained outside the formation. Ba Ba had already learned of the identity of the Prince's Impatience through Wu Yong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Prince's Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Prince's Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war he would be even more useful. Prince's Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Ba and Qing Yi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Prince's Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Prince's Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Ba and Qing Yi were true enemies. Ba Ba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qing Yi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes. 4 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qing Yi the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Ba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Ba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qing Yi was forced to retreat, his forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qing Yi activated an immortal killer move, his body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Ba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qing Yi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Ba and Qing Yi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different. It would expand continuously, its range would gradually increase. In theory this move had no limit. As long as Qing Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Ba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Ba entered, his Rule Path would be weakened by the Dark Path environment. Of course, the main reason was Prince's Impatience. Ba Ba knew that Prince's Impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Prince's Impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba Ba secretly. By then Ba Ba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. A blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Ba Ba. Ba Ba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qing Yi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom boom boom. Frost Dragon Manor continued to get hit, the walls started to crack and tiles were sent flying. With great difficulty, A second faint blue hornless dragon was formed and entangled with the first one, coiling around the Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense rose sharply. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out pieces of shattered profound light. This immortal goo house has the ability to dissipate the damage of my killer move. Ba Shirba's expression was grim, seeing that he could not destroy this immortal goo house in a short period of time. If he continued fighting, he would be trapped by the killer move Great Night Covering Heaven. He wisely retreated and pulled some distance. At this time, wind-sweeping building also entered the battlefield. It did not help Qing Yi or Li Huang. It went into the boundless wind that was like a heavenly pillar. Good wind, give me some time, I can make use of this wind. The current wind-sweeping building lord laughed heartily. Under wind-sweeping building's interference, the power of the boundless wind started to weaken. One after another, immortal goo houses entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more and more dangerous. Hold on, we are coming. At the crucial moment, several holes appeared in Celestial Court's formation as several immortal goo houses flew out. Southern Borders Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Great Space Temple, Bay Pavilion, Unfixed Manor, as well as Northern Plains Finger Seal Bridge, Ape Demon Hall, and Yang Building. With the help of these 7 immortal goo houses, Ba Shirba felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle. Immortal goo houses rampaged and killer moves collided. Fireworks were produced time and time again. At once, the battlefield outside the formation fell into a deadlock. Inside the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Even though they created a hole in the formation in time and sent out the immortal goo houses, stabilizing the situation outside, Wu Yong and the rest had already used their trump cards. The situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Prince's impatience was a problem. Celestial Court also could not be relied on. It all depended on whether Fang Yuan and the rest could break the formation quickly. At our current speed, our chances of victory are getting slimmer. Fang Yuan sighed, asking, can Tao Zhu's 5 regions' true inheritance target the formation? Back then, he had purposely set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to harm Southern Border and Celestial Court's goo immortals. In the end, during the battle, because Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range, he accidentally drew out Tao Zhu's will and obtained the opportunity to inherit the 5 regions' true inheritance. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat at that time. The 5 regions' true inheritance fell into the hands of the deities of Southern Frontier. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the 5 regions' true inheritance should be able to simulate the 5 regional walls. And inside the 5 regional walls, goo immortals would be suppressed. Any immortal killer moves they used would suffer backlash. Be it immortal goo houses or immortal formations, they were all immortal killer moves in essence. Fang Yuan thought about it. If he could use the methods of the 5 regions' true inheritance to deal with Celestial Court's formation, it might be effective. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other. The former said, I obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance. The true inheritance does have the method to create the 5 regional walls. But, Qi Chuyu continued, but this method requires the use of earth veins and a formation to be set up. It is very troublesome and time-consuming. Back then, Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range by using earth veins and the formation. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance, but found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu clan did not specialize in formation path. Wu Yong cooperated with Qi Chuyu. Thus, Qi Chuyu already knew about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need to use earth veins to set up the 5 regional formation? Fang Yuan frowned. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Ho Clan's goo immortals obtained a wild earth vein immortal goo from Earth Trench? If we have this goo, can it replace earth veins? The immortals heard this and became energized. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other again. They sighed at Fang Yuan's quick-wittedness. Qi Chuyu shook his head. To speak the truth, I have already transacted with Ho Clan and obtained earth vein immortal goo. But to replace the earth vein and insert earth vein immortal goo, I need to modify the 5 regional formation. Even though I have been working hard and made some progress, I am still far from success. Goo immortals often took years to modify an immortal killer move. Even though Qi Chuyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were not good. Even though he made progress, it was not much. Chapter 1745. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. What are they doing? Chen Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. He observed for a while before frowning. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tsang Shui snorted coldly. They are underestimating us too much. Setting up a formation within a formation was extremely difficult. Especially when setting up a formation within an enemy's formation, it was even more difficult. Different from immortal goo houses, immortal formations had requirements for the surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would affect the immortal formation greatly. Celestial Court's side naturally would not let Fang Yuan and the rest get what they wanted. They immediately activated the formation as waves of attacks pounced on the newly set up formation base. Don't even think about it. With us here, you can set up the formation without worry. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest stood around the formation base, blocking Celestial Court's attacks. Inside the formation base, Qi Chuyu, Black Extremity, and Fang Yuan worked together to set up the formation urgently. 360 Fire Crow Gu have been set up. Black Extremity wiped the sweat off his forehead. We still need 44 rank 5 single blade Gu. When will they be delivered? Qi Chuyu called out, contacting the Gu Immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies became the best channel. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, the immortal Gu in his hands rained down like a storm, crackling noises could be heard. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath of air, stopping his actions. Rank 6 Flash Chain Immortal Gu has been set up. Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity quickly glanced at him, thinking, unbelievable. This Fang Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment is actually so deep. Not only can he deduce and modify a new 5 regional formation in such a short time, his method of setting up the immortal formation is also so smooth. Fang Yuan's formation path was at the Grandmaster level. Although he was not as good as Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity, he was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing Immortal Gu Formation, Omnidirectional Travel Ancient Battle Formation, Dragon Scale Seafood Path Immortal Formation, Coiling Thread Gu Formation, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation, Flood Discharge Formation, Self-Will Heaven Sealing Formation as well as Year Essence Pool, which was also an immortal formation in essence. He had set them up personally. As such, even though it was his first time setting up the 5 Realms formation, he wasn't nervous at all and was very familiar with it. If I set up the formation alone, the time will be delayed. But with Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity working together, they could quickly set up the 5 World Grand Formation. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan's concentration was on full alert, he was racing against time. Celestial Court Battlefield. Li Huang, Qing Yi and the rest have already rushed to the infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Wu Yong's unlimited wind was suppressed by wind-sweeping building. The identity of the prince's impatience was not exposed. But Fang Yuan and the rest have started to set up a formation within a formation. Their intentions are unknown. Furthermore, our reinforcements are about to arrive at Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Fairy Myrtle reported to Duke Long. Duke Long fought as he replied, even though the identity of the prince's impatience has not been exposed, we cannot rule out the possibility that Fang Yuan knows about it but did not report it. We need to pay attention to this, tell Chen Yi and the rest to pay attention to the situation and reinforce the prince's impatience at any time. Fairy Myrtle, yes. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard of level. With a dragon roar, purple gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom. 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react. It only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it, it was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall, countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long, we simply cannot find his traces. If this continues we will be too passive. How long has it been, but Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings, we will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper Immortals finished their discussion, The 7 Extreme Desolation Giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly, his sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom. Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw. He let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more. His bones grew rapidly, his dragon scales became even thicker and larger, his dragon horns were like a crown, they became even more ferocious at this moment, sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again, he had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Behind him, his dragon tail became even longer. It was less than 10 feet long, but now it was dozens of feet long. Duke Long die. A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed. The killer move that he had prepared for a long time was about to land on Duke Long's back. Slap. At that instant, Duke Long's dragon tail swung, sending the sneak-attacking rank 8 Northern Plains Gu Immortal flying. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal coughed out blood, his spine was broken, his organs were displaced, and the worst part was the backlash of the Immortal killer move. He fell into a state of near death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals attacked at the same time. 3 killer moves landed on Duke Long's body. Hit. But at the next moment, these 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals' joyful expressions froze on their faces. When the dust settled, Duke Long was still standing. Purple gold dragon scales had already covered his entire body, shining with a metallic luster. There was not even a trace of injury. The 3 of us had clearly planned this. These 3 moves worked together to increase their power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked. They felt something amiss and quickly retreated. Are you scratching an itch for me? Duke Long slowly turned around. His indifferent dragon eyes looked at the 3 retreating Northern Plains Gu Immortals. The 3 Gu Immortals immediately felt a strong sense of danger, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They felt like they were suffocating. Duke Long, don't leave, we are your opponents. The 7 Extreme Desolation Giant got a chance to catch its breath and stood up again. Its head that was smashed earlier had already recovered by more than half. Big Dipper 7 Immortals, you can no longer stop me. Duke Long smiled coldly. He glanced at 7 Extreme Desolation before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move landed on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as it continued to attack Calamity Luck Altar and caused a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would definitely collapse. Without the interference of these historical Northern Plains experts, the Celestial Court members immediately had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven could no longer retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. Damn it, Fate Gu has recovered again. The Northern Plains experts formed by Call of the Ancient have lost a lot of their battle strength. On the other hand, the Celestial Court members are being amplified by this human path killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long is unstoppable. His battle strength has already far surpassed the limits of rank 8, even if human path killer moves do not help him. While he was thinking, Duke Long defeated 7 Extreme Desolation again. After getting rid of the entanglement, Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff. Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air as his eyes shined with determination. The final gamble is at this moment. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shot out an intense light that shone like the sun. Almost all the Gu Immortals in the battlefield had to close their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes into slits. He was puzzled. Bing Sichuan is activating Calamity Luck Altar's method so crazily. Isn't he afraid of interfering with Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was placed on Calamity Luck Altar. This time Path Method and Luck Path Killer move mutually restricted each other. In order to maintain Call of the Ancient, Calamity Luck Altar had not truly used all of its abilities. Now that Bing Sichuan activated it, it was surprising. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Calamity Luck Altar was like a ferocious beast that was released from its cage as it charged towards the Refinement Path formation. "Quick, stop him!" Fairy Myrtle shouted in shock. Duke Long was shocked to find that Call of the Ancient was still being used. That phantom image of the River of Time was already imprinted on the battlefield. Even though it was dissipating, the speed was extremely slow. Evidently, it could be maintained for a long time. Red Lotus. At once, Duke Long was shocked and furious. He realized that he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's trap. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the corresponding support of the Future Killer move. Back then, when he fought with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he attacked Red Lotus several times and destroyed support of the Future Killer move. "Master, good method, you actually saw through this move's weakness." In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had blood flowing out of his mouth, but he was still smiling, his eyes were shining brightly. This evil disciple is doing it on purpose. And this Bing Sichuan, he is so cunning, he could have moved freely but he chose not to use it. Duke Long was furious, this happened too suddenly, he could not stop it in time. Calamity Luck Altar had been preparing for a long time, it erupted with terrifying might. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court's members suppressed the Northern Plains Immortals. Unknowingly, their tight defensive line had loosened up. Seeing Calamity Luck Altar charging over, several Celestial Court members did not dodge. They activated their immortal killer moves. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably. A large number of Celestial Court Gu Immortals suffered intense backlash. Even though the few killer moves were successfully activated and landed on Calamity Luck Altar, they could not shake it at all. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward. Several Celestial Court Gu Immortals along the way had their bones broken and flesh torn, before crashing into the Refinement Path formation like a meteor. Boom. The Refinement Path formation was heavily damaged, it was mostly destroyed. Chapter 1746. Yuan Xiongdu, who had been in charge of the repair, fainted on the spot. He was injured to begin with. When the Refinement Path formation was destroyed, the shockwaves caused him to faint immediately. Without him, even though success Dao marks were still being sent up in small amounts, Fate Gu's repair had stopped. Song Yin was also implicated. This Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortal had been working together with Che Wei to resist Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path Gu formation, but Song Yin was prepared for them. He transferred the damage they caused to the Refinement Path formation to himself. Right now, Calamity Luck Altar had destroyed the Refinement Path formation. Song Yin had to bear a large portion of the damage. Song Yin was seeing stars, his eyes were buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding, he had almost collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, Che Wei came to his aid and protected him. "How are you?" Che Wei blocked Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster's attacks as he shouted. I won't die yet." Saying this, Song Yin vomited a mouthful of blood. "Quickly go and reinforce them. Who will rebuild the Refinement Path formation?" "Yuan Xiongdu has been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. Outsiders cannot do it in such a hurry, we need to wake him up first." The strong Luck Path light dissipated, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals charged towards them like madmen. It was not completely destroyed. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's gaze was cold. His gaze turned as he made a decision. "Bull Demon. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly come back." The strong Luck Path light could not last for long, it dissipated quickly, the Celestial Court members were all drawn back. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were likely to die if they stayed outside. After all, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals were afraid that the Refinement Path formation could not hold on and could not hold more Gu Immortals, that was why they did not reinforce Song Yin and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster knew the severity of the situation. They retreated and entered Calamity Luck Altar. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch helplessly. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Altar with a worried expression. "Flower Lady is still trapped in Heaven Overseeing Tower, I do not know the details." Bing Sichuan nodded with a resolute expression. "Destroy this Refinement Path formation and save." Boom. Before Bing Sichuan could finish his words, Calamity Luck Altar shook violently, the 3 people inside the altar could not stand steadily. A tall and sturdy figure fiercely stepped on Calamity Luck Altar. Because of his stomp, more than half of Calamity Luck Altar sank into the ground. It was Duke Long. With me here, this is as far as you can go. Duke Long's expression was like iron, and his eyes were icy cold. The shock and rage from before had completely turned into coldness, and the killing intent in the air was suffocating. Boom boom boom. Duke Long bent his body slightly and randomly punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Waves of fist energy bombarded Calamity Luck Altar like thunder. Calamity Luck Altar continued to tremble intensely as it sank deeper into the ground inch by inch. The fist energy rapidly created cracks on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar, and then the cracks expanded, forming holes. A large number of goo worms died. Bing Sichuan quickly divided the work. He was in charge of preparing a killer move to counterattack. Bull Demon was in charge of repairing Calamity Luck Altar, while 5 Elements Grandmaster was in charge of making deductions on the half-destroyed Refinement Path formation. He cultivated Formation Path after all. The damage is too fast, I cannot repair Calamity Luck Altar in time. After a few breaths of time, Bull Demon shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster was covered in sweat as he tried his best to deduce the formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Persevere. Duke Long was extremely powerful. Rank 8 Calamity Luck Altar, the immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, could not hold on after being hit by Duke Long's random punches. Rise. Bing Sichuan shouted. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a piercing light again as it flew up. Duke Long, who was punching, could clearly feel a strong force coming from Calamity Luck Altar. Go down. Duke Long shouted, raising his fists above his head as he swung his arms down like a hammer. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar, which had just risen up, was suppressed by Duke Long again like a rubber ball. A large number of goo worms were destroyed, their fragments flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan's clothes could be seen from the outside. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Even the members of Celestial Court were stunned. Northern Plains Immortals charge. Right at this time, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals created by Call of the Ancient came to help. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were like a flock of birds. They did not dodge, they directly charged forward. A chaotic battle erupted again. And behind the chaotic battle, Duke Long was attacking Calamity Luck Altar. Behind Duke Long, the Refinement Path formation was being repaired urgently. 7 Extreme Desolation was bathed in blood. It finally created a path of blood and arrived in front of Duke Long. Duke Long is so strong, Calamity Luck Altar alone cannot resist him. Bing Sichuan had to admit the truth. After getting reinforcements from 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sichuan finally had time to breathe. He could barely activate Calamity Luck Altar to fight against Duke Long with 2 against 1. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon teeth. Duke Long opened his mouth, his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth were like daggers, they expanded rapidly, turning into a group of snow-white dragon tooth scimitars that slashed at Calamity Luck Altar. Clang clang clang. The dragon tooth scimitars landed on Calamity Luck Altar, creating intense sounds. It was like hundreds or thousands of weapons were colliding. Calamity Luck Altar was like a small hut in a storm, it could not even raise its head. Duke Long smiled coldly. After a while, teeth grew out of his mouth again. The teeth flew out again, forming a snow-white scimitar storm that enveloped Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation was riddled with holes. Calamity Luck Altar was also riddled with holes. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was getting more and more damaged. Wind was leaking everywhere. Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck Altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear, Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives. Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck Altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands, sending 7 extreme desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all, I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly, his dragon eyes were indifferent, his tone was cold, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sichuan was in a terrible state, Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him, he had many injuries on his body. These were caused by spiraling Dragon Fang killer move. The situation was getting more dangerous, but there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. This is 88 Point Jinyang Tower? Amazing. As expected of Lord's work. Bing Sichuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. With this immortal Gu house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort. Bing Sichuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. I am looking forward to its collapse. What? I built this tower to prevent its collapse. O Bing Sichuan, you are a time path Gu Immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88 Point Jinyang Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. O Celestial Court, victory will be ours. Bing Sichuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long snickered in disdain. Forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sichuan snorted coldly, that is because you will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Boom. The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 rule path Gu Immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation it would be troublesome. Originally the dog-tail life-extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. Continue being arrogant. Little dog, how many times have you pounced on me? My feathers are about to be plucked clean by you. Ruan Dan, Shabi 95, and several Celestial Court Gu Immortals attacked Mao Li Chiu. Even though Mao Li Chiu had outstanding strength in this situation, it was like 2 fists could not fight against 4 fists. It was soon covered in injuries, blood flowed out of its wounds like a waterfall. But Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 were not much better off. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was targeted at these 2. Even though Mao Li Chiu's injuries were increasing and it was getting weaker, Celestial Court's advantage was increasing. Ruan Dan and Shabi 95's minds were shaken, they had bewildered gazes. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he will probably bite off a piece of my flesh before he dies. The 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court felt wary. One of them shouted, Mao Li Chiu, why are you risking your life for Giant Sun Immortal? He is feeding you because of your innate talent, he wants to kill you to extend his life. Mao Li Chiu was standing in a pool of blood, its injuries were shocking, many of them were deep to the bone. The originally glossy and shiny fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes were turning black, its body was shaking as if it was going to collapse at the next moment. It knew that in its current state it was probably going to die here. But so what? Mao Li Chiu opened its mouth, letting out a silent smile. A scene from its memories surfaced in its mind. The setting sun was like blood. On a mountain, Mao Li Chiu was curled up like a puppy, lying beside Giant Sun Immortal's feet. Giant Sun Immortal was rubbing its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal was about to die, he called it here to kill it to extend its life. But Mao Li Chiu did not dare to resist, it was clear. Even if it had peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal's match. Giant Sun Immortal did not even need to make a move, it would seek its own death. Don't be afraid, Mao Li Chiu, I won't kill you to extend my life. Giant Sun Immortal chuckled. Mao Li Chio's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the sunset. It was as dazzling as fire. I still remember the first day I raised you. Time passed by quickly. You have already grown to this extent. To speak the truth, you are my child. What difference is there between you and my children? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Mao Li Chio understood Giant Sun Immortal's nature. He would not lie to it, there was no need. Mao Li Chio was stunned. It asked in a daze, "But master, if you kill me, I can indeed extend your life." Extend my life? Giant Sun Immortal smiled. I will only be struggling at death's door. People will die eventually, isn't that so? He shook his head. What meaning is there in continuing to live under fate? Death is not so hard to accept. Moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy. Master. As its memories faded, Mao Li Chio looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging. Oh master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me. It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The celestial court's Gu immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the Heavenly Court. Chapter 1747. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The other party's formation. Our Gu immortals are suffering from intense backlash. The first group, retreat and receive treatment. The second group will take over. The third group, get ready. Qin Yi and Baicang Shui controlled the formation while commanding the central continent Gu immortals. They were very orderly. To think that the other party would use such a strange move. At the side, Feng Jioge frowned as he stared at the 5 regional formation. This is troublesome. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation might. Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. Under Qi Chuyu's control, the 5 regional formation continued to emit 5-colored smoke. This smoke continued to spread, becoming fainter as it seeped into the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Good, let's do this. The rest will deal with the formation. Let the central continent Gu immortals control it. The more the formation activates, the greater the backlash they will suffer. Haha, the stronger the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the more damage these Gu immortals will suffer. This is amazing. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains immortals rose greatly. They changed their tactics. They had already seen through this formation they could clearly target its weakness and destroy it, but now they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke continued to permeate. They could use this to deal with the central continent Gu immortals behind the formation. From a certain perspective, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation became a powerful weapon for Fang Yuan's side to attack central continent and the celestial court. What should we do? Do we send Gu immortals to destroy the formation? Baicang Shui looked at Qin Yi. The leader here was still Qin Yi. Qin Yi had an ugly expression. He said, this formation should belong to the 5 regional true inheritance, southern borders Tao Zhu's method. During the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, the celestial court had interfered. Jun Xinguang was captured by Fang Yuan. Celestial court had a detailed understanding of Tao Zhu's true inheritance and the entire battle of the 5 regional mountain range. Tao Zhu can create the 5 regional mountain range. This 5-colored smoke that permeates the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls, causing our Gu immortals to suffer from the formation's backlash. Qin Yi said bitterly, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation is a compound formation. It can dismantle subformations and rearrange subformations at any time. It can be used continuously. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable broke 100 formations and escaped. But Tao Zhu's method bypassed the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and targeted our Gu immortals. This is not just avoiding the formation. The stronger the formation, the stronger Gu immortals will suffer even more injuries. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, it will be something they want to see. We will fall into their trap. It is not wise. But if we stop the formation and send Gu immortals out, we will be neglecting our strengths. Furthermore, the enemy has fierce bandits like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. it will be very dangerous to send Gu Immortals to destroy the formation. Chen Yi had been hit by Wu Yong's farewell friend wind killer move. He survived because of Feng Jioge. He still felt some lingering fear. Most importantly, they only had 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals on their side, Chen Yi, Baizang Shui and Feng Jioge, and they were all injured. It was not suitable to send anyone out. At this point, Chen Yi sighed deeply, to think that the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was countered by the enemy today. Tao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal. He could not compare to people like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. And the creator of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was the famous star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritances countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was Tao Zhu's glory. Speaking of which, Tao Zhu was not outstanding among rank 8 Gu Immortals. He was not famous either. He only created the 5 regional mountain range. But to think that his research actually succeeded. After this battle, Tao Zhu's name would resound throughout the world, even though he had died a long time ago. Geniuses appeared in every generation. They would reign supreme for hundreds of years. Just like how in the battlefield of Celestial Court, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could be broken, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation could also be countered by a junior. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had been dead for too long, but eras continued to develop and change. Even though their methods were powerful, they could not escape the awkwardness of being outdated. Remove that subformation. Chen Yi ordered resolutely. The Gu Immortals around him were shocked. Chen Yi actually gave the order to remove the formation. Was he out of his mind? But soon, Feng Jioge reacted first. His eyes shined with bright light as he praised, "Good response." Removing the formation, the other party actually removed the formation, ha ha ha. Inside the 5 regional formation, some northern plains Gu Immortals saw this and laughed heartily. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, however, had grim expressions. Oh no, this Chen Yi is so crafty. If we were inside the formation, the 5-colored smoke miasma would seep in faster and deeper. Now that the subformation has been removed, the efficiency is greatly reduced. That's right. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven is almost unable to hold on. Celestial Court has the upper hand. I'm afraid Chen Yi has considered this, so he's using a delaying tactic. Whether it was Chen Yi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack the formation, Fang Yuan and the rest were happy to see that happen. But now Chen Yi removed the subformation and chose to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke miasma's infiltration was greatly reduced. Central Continent's Gu Immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it. The backlash they suffered was also greatly reduced. But Chen Yi and the rest were still behind the formation, continuing to set up the immortal formation. Fang Yuan and the rest needed a lot of time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. And most importantly, Fang Yuan and the rest had to make full use of every second they had. They could not waste a single second. Once Celestial Court exterminated Longevity Heaven's forces, they would be free to attack Celestial Court and deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. Chen Yi was extremely steady and astute. He purposely retreated for the sake of the big picture. It was just a small step, but it was more terrifying than attacking. He forced Fang Yuan and the rest to the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have added Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. This way the 5 regional formation can be moved. It is no longer fixed at the same spot. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This was not his mistake, nor was he unwilling to contribute. It was the combination of Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. The number of deductions increased sharply. Fang Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to deduce clearly. Actually, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved away by Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan and the rest would not be able to resolve this crisis. Chen Yi removed the subformation and retreated to defend. The 5-world formation within the original child formation was exposed. Outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals were already engaged in a chaotic battle. For rank 8 Gu Immortals, Qing Yi, Li Huang, Princess Impatience and Ba Shirba were fighting each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind Sweeping Building, and others were rampaging in the battlefield, clashing at times or unleashing immortal killer moves at others. Bright lights shone as thunderous explosions resounded. Oh no, unlimited wind killer move is escaping my control. Wu Yong's expression changed. Earlier he had not sensed it clearly when he was in the formation. Now that Qin Yi removed the formation, Wu Yong realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and pounced towards wind-sweeping building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord Baizu and the rest also moved out. With their reinforcement, Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest felt immense pressure. They retreated and were suppressed along with Central Continent's immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan moved out stealthily using Great Thief Ghost Hand again. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were immediately attacked. A large number of Gu worms were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued to move and obtain 3 immortal Gu in a short while. Including his gains from the battlefield in Emperor City, he had already seized more than 10 immortal Gu from Central Continent's immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan recognized some of these immortal Gu, but he did not recognize some. His time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing how to use these Gu worms. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Li Huang gave up on Prince's impatience and came to stall Fang Yuan. The scene from before on the battlefield at Imperial Emperor City repeated once more. Fang Yuan was stalled by Li Huang. He could not attack the immortal Gu houses anymore. Humph, this prince's impatience is so good at acting. He purposely let Li Huang go. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but did not say anything. Prince's impatience was a problem. What made Fang Yuan even more troubled was the rank 9 human path killer move that Celestial Court used. Heroes Among People. Due to the amplification of heroes among people, Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest as well as Central Continent's immortal Gu houses, had their battle strength increased by several times. They resisted the fierce attacks of the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. We cannot continue fighting like this, time is limited. We need to retreat into the formation. Fang Yuan shouted. Wu Yong and the rest retreated. They stored their immortal Gu houses and entered the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated at full force. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Within the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's Gu immortals were greatly suppressed. Similar to Qin Yi's earlier awkwardness, these people were strengthened by heroes among people. The killer move's power rose sharply. The backlash also increased. To think that Tao Zhu's methods are so profound. Inside the formation, Bashir Ba sighed. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was not out of his expectations. Precisely because he discovered it long ago, he did not hesitate to reveal the true inheritance's contents to cooperate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu also knew that this was a good thing, but he could not use it earlier. Now that the formation was modified and set up, it had great effects. It is a pity that this 5-colored smoke does not differentiate between friend and foe. Central Continent is suppressed. We will also face backlash inside. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang was clearly agitated. Many people looked at Fang Yuan with envious expressions. What a pity. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could obtain Tao Zhu's true inheritance, with the light of wisdom and his formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would soar again. In fact, he could not do anything to heroes among people, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest would face greater suppression. Who knew, Fang Yuan might be able to pacify the battlefield in Emperor City. Back then, when he left the 5 regional mountain range and could not obtain the 5 regional true inheritances, he felt a deep sense of regret. Chapter 1748. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Qin Yi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core immortal Gu will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Bai Zhang Shui suggested. Qin Yi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk, the situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Qin Yi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fang Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the five-colored smoke. He charged towards Celestial Quartz formation from another direction. The latter hid in the five-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to Celestial Quartz formation. Let's persevere like this. As long as Celestial Quartz battlefield is pacified, it will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Qin Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the five-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fang Yuan's five-regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the five-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Prince's Impatience, what are you doing? Kill him, he is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Qi Chuyu, are you alright? Someone come and save Lord Qi. A change occurred. Southern border and northern plains Gu immortals were in chaos. Prince's Impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Prince's Impatience. Baicang Shui was overjoyed. So it was Prince's Impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done. Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Prince's Impatience is a member of my Spirit Affinity House. Quickly go and help him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Needless to say, Qin Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qin Yi and Baicang Shui flew out of the formation to receive Prince's Impatience. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the three of them. Prince's Impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Quartz immortals did not know. This Prince's Impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fang Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path Dao marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Prince's Impatience was still inside the five-regional formation. The five-regional formation was modified by Fang Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Prince's Impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fang Yuan, inside the five-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang in disguise. Southern Borders rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Hao Fang was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the five-colored smoke. With the other rank 8 Gu immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves, he did not get exposed. As for the five-regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal Gu perished. The immortal Gu that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Qin Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Qin Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Qin Yi and the rest knew Prince's Impatience's true identity. Thus they had been paying attention to Prince's Impatience during the intense battle. Once Prince's Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Prince's Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Qin Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fang Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Prince's Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Prince's Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Prince's Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fang Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real Prince's Impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wu Yong's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my immortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fang Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to come from Northern Plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky, shooting towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a grand and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even Qin Yi, Wu Yong, and even Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance. Unstoppable, invincible. The pillar of light started from black heaven above Northern Plains. It pierced through the regional walls and directly crashed into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, mountains shook, countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. This is... Duke Long suddenly raised his head. A moment ago, he was in high spirits and had great divine might. He had beaten up 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck altar. But when the pillar of light shot towards him, he paled in fright. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board. He could not move. He was locked down by the pillar of light. He was like an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch as the pillar of light approached him. Even though his current battle strength was enough to make other rank 8 Gu immortals sigh in admiration. Rank 9 killer move. This is the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal left behind a backup plan after all. No, he is not targeting me, he is going straight for Fate Gu. Duke Long suddenly realized. He had a ruthless expression as he struggled and tried to activate immortal killer moves again and again. But a terrifying scene occurred. His killer move had never been successfully activated even once. The activation of killer moves failed time and time again. He was suffering from backlash. Blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes. The immortals of Celestial Court were thrown into chaos. Some overestimated themselves and tried to block the pillar of light, but they were all destroyed. Not a single rank 8 Gu immortal could stop the pillar of light. Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. Master! At this moment, Bing Sichuan and Mao Liqiu had tears in their eyes. But right when the pillar of light was about to hit the refinement path formation, the immortals heard an eerie sigh. Next, in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the illusion of 2 venerables playing chess appeared again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and threw it out. In an instant, countless starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling and did not lose to the orange pillar of light. The starlight specks formed a huge net that blocked the pillar of light. The pillar of light became slower and thinner. The starlight specks surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the power of the pillar of light. Lord Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were overjoyed. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with deep admiration and excitement. Duke Long breathed heavily. The pillar of light was so close to him that it was almost touching his face. But eventually, the pillar of light stopped completely. It was trapped by the starlight net. Damn it, I was so close. Bing Sichuan was very annoyed. Duke Long was the strongest battle strength of Celestial Court. He was also their leader. If he died, Celestial Court's morale would plummet. While Longevity Heaven still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation, they still had hope. Star Constellation this bitch. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth. The pillar of light suddenly changed again. It continued to spin faster and faster. Circles of spiraling cyclones formed on the surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a look of surprise on her face. With a loud sound, the pillar of light exploded. Hundreds of huge orange-yellow chi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Sichuan, Mao Liqiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Liqiu was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die, but as the orange-yellow chi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed. Immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white-gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the pillar of light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. Duke Long, let's fight again. Bing Sichuan shouted. He had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Sichuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge. He fought Calamity Luck Altar head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Alter's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the Qi wall. Duke Long's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1749. Celestial Court Battlefield. Kill. Deafening battle cries resounded, the morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented peak. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move, it had an extraordinary meaning, his descendants' morale soared, their battle strength rose sharply. How can this be? The Celestial Court Gu Immortal was stunned, he suddenly froze in the air, unable to move. In front of him, a famous expert in Northern Plains history, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Hui let out a breath of turbid air. I was almost killed by you, it was so close, what a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the Celestial Court Gu Immortal's forehead. This killer move of yours clearly cannot restrain me. The truly powerful one is still Giant Sun Immortal, you can't do it. Lu Hui sneered, then why didn't you say that we were all suppressed by fate earlier? Moreover, what does it matter if I can or cannot? Life and death, victory or defeat is the most important thing, go die. He lightly waved his hand, taking the other party's life. His eyes were narrow and long, his gaze was bone-chilling, he looked around with ill intentions. Who is next? You can't break my defense, don't waste your energy. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal stood unmoving, his body was covered in an extremely thick halo of light. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi breathed in deeply, he felt a brand new surge of strength in his body, his previous dejection and worry were swept away, his confidence soaring. The current me is different from before. Immortal killer move, disintegrate. Yu Yangzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua, he cultivated Rule Path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he made many contributions, but Yi Lui tribe's internal unfairness made him receive the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the tribe and became a demonic Path Gu Immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe suffered a setback, they were suppressed and ostracized by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had rank 8 cultivation level, was invited back with great fanfare, becoming Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder, returning to the righteous path. He relied on his own hard work to achieve an achievement that ordinary Gu Immortals could not reach. He made the whole tribe lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Yelu Hua's life experience was filled with the color of legend, stirring up countless juniors. However, even after he returned to the Yelu family and assumed the position of Grand Elder, he did not revert to his original name, still calling himself Jade Sun Zi. How can this be? The Celestial Court's Gu Immortal was pale with fright, the defense that he was so proud of crumbled continuously, before completely dissipating. With the aid of the Giant Sun Immortal, Jade Sun directly reversed the difference in strength. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal who was fighting him soon died in Yu Yangzi's hands. Clang clang clang. 3 members of the Celestial Court joined hands to deal with Yelu Qi. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he cultivated Bone Path and had shocking battle strength. When he was alive, he was known as the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, even the other 4 regions often heard of his bravery. His figure was not burly but rather a little thin. However, the white bone armor he wore was hard and thick. He held the white bone spear in his right hand and waved it left and right, stirring up the wind and clouds. He held a white bone dagger in his left hand, the sword light was cold and chilling. After obtaining an orange-yellow light, Yuan Ben roared, countless white bone spikes suddenly shot out of his armor. One of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals attacking him could not dodge in time, he was pierced by hundreds of bone spikes and died on the spot. Yuan Ben took the chance to attack, his spear pierced the second Gu Immortal's heart, while his sword cut off the third Gu Immortal's head. But there was no excitement or joy on his face, there was only faint desolation. It is a pity that you do not have enough Gu worms, you cannot display your true strength. I have also obtained ancestors' help, this battle is an unfair one. Boom. With a loud explosion, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. The dragon roared, Duke Long quickly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a huge shadow fiercely enveloped them. Duke Long raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Alter pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long snorted coldly, he did not dodge, his dragon claws were clenched into fists. Lord Duke Long, I will lend you a hand. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang targeted Duke Long as he activated a killer move. Immortal killer move, peerless. At the next moment, Duke Long breathed in deeply as he punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. In an instant, fist shadows flew, creating an intense fist wind. Tens of millions of fist shadows were like raging waves, causing Calamity Luck Altar to shake unsteadily. Duke Long is really strong. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Altar also received Giant Sun Immortal's help. Its battle strength rose by several times, but it still could not suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and entered the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Duke Long, go to hell. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Oh no! The nearby Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to help but was obstructed by the other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experience. These Gu Immortals summoned by Call of the Ancient were all experts in history. After fighting for so long, they had already developed a tacit cooperation. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to resist Calamity Luck Altar, but he was attacked by 7 Extreme Desolation at the same time. This pitch-black needle killer move was extremely powerful. Its aura surged and surged. Before it reached Duke Long already felt an intense piercing pain. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. Immortal Killer Move, Clear Dragon Pupil. Once the investigative killer move was used, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles. He knew that this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was specialized in countering defensive methods. If he relied on his Dragon Scales or 9 Dragon Protection Seal, he would be riddled with holes, he would be heavily injured on the spot. Then let's fight offense with offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out. Qi surged as an Immortal Killer Move formed in an instant. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Countless white Qi currents shot towards the pitch-black needle rain. The Qi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Qi current scissors and the pitch-black needle rain collided, most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long in 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the Qi current scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals and 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed. He could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Gu Immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from Northern Plains to Central Continent's Celestial Court, crossing 2 regions. Its power did not diminish, it was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Killer Move and Strength Path Giant Hand, the former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self-Killer Move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick, while the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize Fate Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than heroes among people. But in terms of duration and spatial range, heroes among people had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength. Now that the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking the Remnant Refinement Path formation, he could not defend it. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the Remnant Gu Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Gu immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely. The number of Gu immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. And in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains Immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Gu Immortal expert Lu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu Immortal in Lu tribe. According to convention, he should have been the first Supreme Elder. But Lu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad. He could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first Supreme Elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe. It would affect their image and reputation. Chapter 1750. Lu had actually joined the battle long ago, but the Northern Plains experts who were at the same time as him had already been killed. He was the only one left. This battle was too intense. The sacrifices of rank 8 Gu Immortals had become a common occurrence. Lu's achievements were glorious. At least 8 members of Celestial Court had fallen to his hands since the start of the battle. He had been paying attention to Fairy Myrtle for a long time. His rich battle experience allowed him to quickly judge the importance of Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, his sneak attack had actually been prepared for a long time. In an instant, Fairy Myrtle's hair stood on end. A feeling of fatal danger filled her heart, almost suffocating her. Fairy Myrtle was aware that with just her current defensive methods, she could not stop the enemy. But it was too late to activate other defensive methods now. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was about to die at the crucial moment, a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court attacked from the side. It was Wu Shuang who had assisted Duke Long earlier. Wuxia. With a muffled sound, Lu's killer move pierced through Wu Shuang like a gray sharp blade, before stabbing into Fairy Myrtle's shoulder. Damn it, Wu Yong blocked most of the power. Lu's expression changed, his figure quickly dissipating. Fairy Myrtle was heavily injured, but Wu Yong was already dead. Lu had vanished, and when he appeared again he might take another life. Boom. Air currents surged. Duke Long flew back hundreds of steps, stabilizing his body with difficulty. He had blocked a powerful killer move from 7 Extreme Desolation in the end, but the price was his arms and the dragon scales on his chest. His arms drooped down powerlessly, the dragon scales were all broken, and the flesh on his chest was badly mutilated. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path Dao marks on his arms were extremely dense, and their arrangement was ingenious, greatly hindering his healing effects. Haha, Duke Long, you were hit by our killer move's snake lead in dark entanglement. You still want to recover from your injuries in a short time? Dream on. 7 Extreme Desolation mocked. Next, Calamity Luck Altar changed its fighting style, drilling out of the ground and sneak attacking Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move exploded and hit Duke Long. A giant orange-gold light ball trapped Duke Long inside, trapping him firmly. The light ball continued to shrink, squeezing down on Duke Long's living space. His bones were creaking from the pressure, his dragon scales kept falling, and clear cracks were appearing on his dragon horns. Seeing that Duke Long was trapped, Bing Sai Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's speed was astonishing, while Calamity Luck Altar's killer move was slow and difficult to hit. Thankfully, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals' battle tactics were very wise. They attacked the enemy's weak points, Duke Long was worried and could only defend passively. 7. Extreme Desolation Cooperation. Lu was able to create a chance to attack, and 7 as Duke Lu as he could attack. Crack. With a soft sound, a huge part of his dragon horn fell from Duke Long's head. Large amounts of purple hair fell to the ground. 9 dragon phantoms appeared around Duke Long's body. It was the killer move 9 marked dragon. He resisted the surrounding pressure with difficulty. Duke Long, you have lost. Fate Gu will be my longevity heaven's item. And you will also die. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded in the battlefield. He could only trap Duke Long for the time being. He could not take his life. But it did not matter, he could use this to affect the morale of Celestial Court's side. As expected, many Celestial Court members saw that Duke Long was trapped and showed shocked expressions. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu immortals do not fear death, but does my Celestial Court have people who fear death? With one sentence, Celestial Court's immortals cheered, their morale rose. We sleep because of our responsibility, we are not afraid of death. What a joke, afraid of death. We are members of Celestial Court. We protect the glory of humanity. Since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice. Celestial Court's Gu immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once there was a chance, Celestial Court's Gu immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Gu immortals were brave, but Celestial Court's Gu immortals went crazy. Oh no. Bing Sichuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect Celestial Court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Sichuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield. Laughable. Your sacrifices are meaningless. No matter how many Gu immortals we sacrifice, they are merely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. They are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice, this is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your Celestial Court have to endure such a loss? Foundation. Duke Long also smiled coldly. Our Celestial Court has plenty. He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar with a mocking gaze. Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our Celestial Court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it, it is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our Celestial Court's foundation. Humph, you are forever short-sighted. Bing Sichuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard, then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Sichuan's expression sank, he was speechless. He did not need to look, he had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Gu immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Gu immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued, how many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sichuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. But the phenomenon of nepotism in our sects is much rarer than in clans. Moreover, the competition between sects is much fairer and more transparent. Even if a genius appears among the descendants of a clan's higher-ups, how much effort can the clan's Gu immortals spend to nurture this genius? Gu immortals have many things to do, they are very busy. In a sect, a genius of the younger generation would receive pointers from many people. From the moment they start cultivating to the moment they become a Gu immortal, they will receive the corresponding guidance. Many of the guidance missions and sects can allow the people who guide the juniors to obtain corresponding benefits. Let me ask you, how many clans can do this? Saying so, Duke Long's voice became louder and louder. He was filled with pride and arrogance. Immortals of Northern Plains, you dared to invade Celestial Court, your courage is commendable. It is a pity that your knowledge has been restricted by your clans. You have underestimated the foundation of our Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. Because the truth was right in front of him. Inside Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, members were waking up one after another. 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human goo immortals and nodded. Now, Central Continent's human goo immortals are all here. There are also some friends from other regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we heard your summons and rushed over. If you have any instructions or teachings, we will listen to them wholeheartedly. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, giving his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent's goo immortals will establish sects and recruit disciples. We will impart our true abilities to them. What? Abolish the clan system? Even though I have heard of this long ago, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, are you really going to do this? This might not be too, the human goo immortals discussed. They had difficult expressions on their faces. Someone cautiously persuaded, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 goo immortal in the current world. If you establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 superforce in the world. Your descendants will inherit your glory and abilities. Our clans will definitely be led by your clan. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. He looked at the goo immortal, persuading him with a calm gaze. Clan? Let me ask you, since ancient times, have there been any clans that have not declined? Once a clan grows, the bond of bloodline will become thinner. Before I became an immortal venerable, when we fought against the other variant human clans, other than relying on our unity, we also relied on their internal conflicts. The sect I want to create will be an organization that does not rely on bloodline. The human goo immortals were silent for a while. Someone forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are right. Once a clan grows, it will become easy for it to become lax. But you are different. You are the first goo immortal in history to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be another rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are in a clan, which clan member will dare to leave? With you around, there will be the most united clan in the world. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what about when I am gone? How many years can I live for? The human goo immortals were stunned by this question. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan goo. You will definitely be the goo immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question, no one. The goo immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan goo. But even if we collect lifespan goo, we all know that lifespan goo are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human goo immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new. We humans are the same. Chapter 1751. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly stifling. A young human goo immortal forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now. You still have thousands or even tens of thousands of years to live. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young goo immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not hold on for more than a few breaths of time. He lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, if one does not consider the future, they will have immediate worries. If we don't think ahead and take precautions, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless after I die. The fruits of our hard work will also fall apart. Let alone others. Once I die and the variant humans counterattack, which one of you will be able to shoulder the burden? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The human goo immortals looked at each other. No one answered, no one spoke. Even though humanity rose up, it was because of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The rest of humanity, be it goo immortal ranks or numbers, were far inferior to variant humans. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Central Continent is too big. How many human goo immortals and how many variant human goo immortals are there? Let's not talk about goo immortals, let's talk about mortals. How many people are there in the entire human race? What is their population? There should be a million times difference, right? Even if we dominate and rule Central Continent in our lifetime, what about the other 4 regions? Right now, my strength has been exposed. The variant humans know they are not my match. They have already taken measures to hide. We don't have any effective means to pinpoint their exact location. Especially those variant human goo immortals, grotto heavens and blessed lands. Once they are placed in the outside world, even if we appear in front of them, we will not be able to find them. The immortals understood primordial origin immortal venerables meaning. Even if humanity rose up, they only relied on primordial origin immortal venerable alone. And primordial origin immortal venerable had a limited lifespan. He would die one day. And while he was still alive, it would be very difficult for humanity to unify Central Continent. Variant humans were hard to find. They could live and reproduce even if they hid. Primordial origin immortal venerable was invincible in the world, but he did not have effective methods to find their locations. An old man among the human goo immortals said with a heavy tone, "So, according to primordial origin immortal venerable, the long-term solution for humanity is to abandon our clans and establish a sect." Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded solemnly, "Yes. How can we defeat the mutants and bring a bright future to the entire human race? I can't do it alone. If the mutants can't win, they can just hide. Therefore, even if I am invincible in the world, I can only lead the human race of the Central Continent to independence, to stand firm under the heavy encirclement of the mutants. If we truly want the human race to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We need to expand our population and multiply while nurturing as many goo immortals as possible. As long as our human race has more and stronger goo immortals than the variant humans, our race's future will be bright. If we adopt the family system, how are we different from the Inhumans? We are already very backward now. If we adopt the family system, we will never be able to surpass them. Only by establishing a sect and actively unearthing all talents, relying on talent to nurture them regardless of the cost, abandoning prejudices. Only then will we have the hope of surpassing the mutant families. Primordial origin immortal venerable's words made the human goo immortals fall into silence again. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that primordial origin immortal venerable's words made sense. But there were still some goo immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A goo immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion?" "Of course not." Primordial origin immortal venerable shook his head. "As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation." That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded. But how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human goo immortals were speechless. Primordial origin immortal venerable continued in a sincere tone. "I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of goo immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants? Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this. Any Central Continent goo immortal needs to create a sect. They cannot create a clan. Any Gu immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything when Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance. None of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated Gu immortals, that was to say, mortals and Gu masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, "As your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect. It will not be left for my descendants." Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. You. At once, the human Gu immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, they could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right, I am willing to respond to your call. From now on I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Then please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals. The rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My Celestial Court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the immortal graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors. I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity, it has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. I will defend our Celestial Court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the Celestial Court came out of the immortal graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his Celestial Court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect. They followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the Celestial Court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, Their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven. Your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant, they have been leaders for too long, watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom. Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced. The 3 continued to fight, they were in a deadlock. Quick, quick, quick. Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out, they occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sichuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long, he wanted to destroy Celestial Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long shouted. Disregarding his injuries, he used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sichuan could not break through himself, he quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains immortals attacked again, Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffered heavy casualties. But because members of the immortal graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. Good, now is the time. Lu wanted to sneak in but immediately his expression changed and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him, he flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here. Is it Senior Jade Pearl? King Yuan Xiongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu immortal expert Yu Zhuzi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way Lu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win. No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. I see. In order to repair fake Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu, Yuan Xiongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be, it would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. Continue to repair fake Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression. But his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memory surfaced. His master stood in front of him. Oh little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this. The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up, he showed resentment on his face. Master. He mumbled and said unhappily, why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path is the choice of a man. But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking, that is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path when I fight, it is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path I always stay in the secret room refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement, all my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky. It is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield. His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, Oh little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sex refinement path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you, little do you are already a man, it is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand? The young Yuan Xiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. Tisk, I understand. If this is master's order, I will obey. His master sighed again. It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, refinement path cultivation is also very fun. One day you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility. How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Right. There is also this feeling, happiness. Yeehaw. Yuan Xiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death. Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed. They could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal Gu houses now? A bunch of cowards. You are looking down on us too much. Song Qiyuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Even a clay figurine had some temper, not to mention these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long's scheme, Zhang Yin and the rest's betrayal made the 4 of them erupt together. They displayed extraordinary battle strength. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was number 1 in terms of temperament. However, just like the calm sea, there was also a side of it that surged up to the heavens and surged with raging waves. When Eastern Sea's people were truly angered, they would learn what true terror was. Suddenly, Song Qiyuan and the rest stopped attacking. Someone is coming. Who is it? Obviously, they are reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Song Qiyuan and the other 3 quickly changed their formation. 2 of them continued to attack Duke Long, while the other 2 flew out to defend against enemy reinforcements. I can only send you here. An elderly Celestial Court Gu immortal smiled as he turned into light and vanished. His lifespan was already exhausted. Qin Song, go in peace. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals who were handpicked by Fairy Myrtle had solemn expressions. What a joke. Did you run over here just to let us see you die of old age? Hua Kaiyun and Shen Songxing charged over. Thieves from the East Sea, don't even think about getting your hands on the Dragon Palace. An old thing with 1 foot in the coffin? Why don't you accept your death? Boom boom boom. The 2 sides could not agree and a great battle broke out. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Roar. The roars of countless dragons resounded throughout the battlefield. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. A super powerful killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor and Familiar Face, appeared once again. Yes, Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we cannot let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have guts. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. You want to stop me now? Too late. It was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal, his attack attracted the attention of the Central Continent Gu immortals at the crucial moment, allowing Fang Yuan to use his killer move successfully. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary, not only was it powerful, it was also hard to kill. After all, this move expended all of Fang Yuan's soul path Dao marks. It was similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind. Even though the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was strong, its core was still weak. After being ravaged by Fang Yuan's countless ghost dragons, it immediately showed signs of breaking apart. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor, myriad dragons roared around him as he coldly watched the Central Continent Gu immortals collapse. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to collapse from the core, from the inside to the outside. The formation's collapse brought intense backlash to the Central Continent Gu immortals. Without even needing Fang Yuan to make a move, countless of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong muttered with a complex expression. Quick attack. Yao Huang shouted. He swept away his old and dejected attitude as he led the charge with a grand aura. I will deal with Prince's impatience, you guys go. Hairy Foot Mountain, which contained infallible blessed land, appeared. You want to repair fake goo, humph, wishful thinking. Even though it is a pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's stop here. Fang Yuan snickered as he pointed with his finger. Like an emperor, countless sword dragons charged down like a huge army. With me here, Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang. Immortal Killer Move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Before the countless ghost dragons could even get close, they were filled with drunkenness and started to spontaneously combust. With me, Li Huang here, I will not let any of you off. Charge. Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then have a taste of the myriad ghost sword dragons' consecutive moves. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge pitch-black dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air, it only pointed at Li Huang but did not stab down. Immortal Killer Move, Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. Even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. The soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 1753. Lord Li Huang. Oh heavens, how can this be? Good job. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Li Huang's corpse fell to the ground, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently. He continued to charge towards Hairy Foot Mountain as his cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like this. At once, his demonic might shook the world. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. Wu Yang's eyes flashed with a dark light, while Yao Huang and the rest were shocked. Chu Du had a complex expression. In the past, when Fang Yuan underwent his rank 6 tribulation, he had fought with Fang Yuan. To think that in just a few years Fang Yuan had already become such a person, he could only look up to him. Including the first 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon, this 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon and the 10,000 Ghost Sword consumed over 10,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently consumed the Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. One Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon consumed 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks were reduced by over 10,000. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have that many Soul Path Dao marks yet, they were all replaced by Transformation Path Dao marks. All in all, even though Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was powerful and could kill Li Huang who had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, the price was extremely high. Dao marks were extremely important to a Gu immortal. Permanently consuming Dao marks would directly reduce one's foundation. It could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The soul sword speed was not outstanding, it could be easily dodged. Fang Yuan saw this opportunity. Li Huang could not dodge easily because he had to protect Hairy Foot Mountain, thus he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain. Seeing Hairy Foot Mountain getting closer, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that the famous infallible blessed land was placed on Hairy Foot Mountain? On the surface the mountain looked very ordinary. It was like a mound of earth, completely unremarkable. But in fact, it was one of the crucial locations for the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu, and now, it was the most important location for the outcome of this great battle. Fang Yuan. In the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Wuxia. Wu Yong did not kill you, so let me end your life. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he once again prepared the killing move of the 1000 Ghost Dragon Sword. Qin Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even Li Huang had perished. Facing the Wan Yi Ghost Serpent Sword, he did not have the confidence to resist. At this critical moment, Qin Yi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a soldering iron had been branded into his flesh. A powerful and mystical force flowed out from it. As this power gushed out, Qin Yi's clothes were torn apart, exposing his chest. There was a painting on his chest. It was a painting of a large tree swaying in the wind. Qin Yi exclaimed in his mind, "Wasn't this painting inexplicably imprinted on my body when I first inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance many years ago?" At the same time, information was transmitted to the depths of his mind. "This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement." Qin Yi was surprised and joyful. According to this information, he quickly activated his strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Qin Yi's body. Next, it stopped 6 feet above his head and rotated, forming the shape of a large tree. The large tree had a thick trunk, dense branches and lush green leaves. Among the leaves there were also dozens of fruits. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were like pink peaches, but they were as big as basins. Some had thorns on their shells, while some were hollow with their flesh and cores visible from the outside. Karma Divine Tree quickly formed, and the power in the painting was instilled into Karma Divine Tree. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice seemed to resonate in Qin Yi's ears. "Watch closely, this is the consecutive move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation." The killer move was activated, and like the wind, the green smoke swayed with the wind, and Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. If the Ghost Dragon Sword rushed over, it would be like a meteor. But just as it got close to Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, myriad Ghost Dragon Sword vanished. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he felt his connection with the killer move Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had become minuscule, as if the distance between him and Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had suddenly increased by tens of thousands of li. What method is this? It seems to have the power of teleportation? Fang Yuan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The connection between Immortal Killer Moves and Gu Immortals had a certain distance limit. Once this limit was exceeded, Immortal Killer Moves would often break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was based on Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move. It had the characteristics of Enslavement Path, thus it could still maintain this connection even after being teleported over 100,000 li away. But this connection was already very weak. If it went any further, it would exceed the limit and cause the killer move to collapse. In that case, Fang Yuan would suffer from the backlash of the killer move. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was so powerful, the backlash would not be weak, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. A killer move that can forcefully teleport? Wu Yong obtained information from Fang Yuan. "Then I want to see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind." Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Qin Yi again. Immortal Killer Move, Farewell Friend Wind. But just as Wu Yong patted Qin Yi's shoulder, the scene in his vision changed. In an instant, he was teleported away from infallible Blessed Land battlefield, returning to southern border. This? Wu Yong was stunned. He stood at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Soon after, he reacted. His expression was ashen and extremely unsightly as he quickly transmitted the information. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal can be forcefully teleported away? What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree has such a mystical ability? Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were shocked, while Central Continent's morale rose. Let's continue defending like this. Qin Yi was overjoyed, but Fang Yuan's shout made his expression turn solemn again. Fang Yuan shouted, regaining his morale, "I found out." Every teleportation of his move seems to be unstoppable, but the number of times it can be used is clearly limited. Because 2 teleportations consumed 2 fruits on the tree. I was discovered so quickly? Qin Yi smiled bitterly. Let me. Heavenly Lord Baizu flew over, his body shook lightly as countless clones surged from all directions like a tidal wave. This was a classic enslavement path tactic, a battle of attrition. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind, a fruit on the tree suddenly vanished. Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body vanished, Fang Yuan and the rest received news of him. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The immortals gasped. Fang Yuan pondered. This time Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was directly teleported. The enslavement path tactic failed completely. According to logic, shouldn't only his clone be teleported? It actually directly affected the main body? At this time Yao Huang and the rest charged over. Wait, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked. His attack from afar was blocked by Qin Yi, while Chu Du vanished on the spot. He was sent back to Northern Plains to the Northern Icy Plain. And because of the long distance he lost contact with the killer move he had just used, causing the killer move to break apart and he suffered a backlash. Next, several people attacked but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that because I am a complete otherworldly demon, my main body is not affected by the killer move? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. But even though Karma Divine Tree could not affect him, it could affect his killer move. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away, some were sent to Central Continent, some were sent to the other 4 regions, some were even sent to Black and White Heaven. Of course, Qinyi did not have a good time either. Not long after, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. His expression was turning increasingly pale. The burden of maintaining such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairyfoot Mountain is right in front of us, but because of Qinyi alone. Yao Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Qinyi and the rest rushed over to reinforce him, fighting with northern plains and deities of southern frontier. Fang Yuan dodged wind-sweeping buildings' attack and commanded the myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Qinyi. The Karma Divine Tree above Qinyi's head continued to shake. Countless ghost sword dragons disappeared on the spot and were sent to different parts of the world. Those that were close were fine, but those that were far away directly collapsed. Fang Yuan had to suffer the backlash of the killer move's collapse. Fang Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome. Killer moves with weaker power, even if they are sent away, they cannot consume the fruits of Karma Divine Tree. And killer moves with stronger power, even though they can consume one fruit, if they exceed the distance limit, I will have to suffer the pain of the backlash. I might even be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. He did not rely on the Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword collapsed, he would be in deep trouble. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good, that Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword did not cause any damage to him. What do I do? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Sichuan had been transmitting the situation of the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Fate Gu's restoration had started again. This is a wood path method. My attainment level in this aspect is insufficient. I cannot break this move in a short period of time. It seems that I can only use the stupid method of attrition. By Ning Bingo. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He gave the order resolutely. Bai Ning Bing and the other rank 7 Gu immortals charged towards Hairyfoot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time a rank 7 Gu immortal was sent away, 1 fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Qinyi was also anxious, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely weak. A large number of rank 7 Gu immortals disappeared. The fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Qinyi lowered his head, his aura was extremely weak. Chapter 1754. Fang Yuan's attack was extremely ferocious. It was accompanied by Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. Its demonic might was extremely vast. Qinyi looked at the sky, seeing the mighty Fang Yuan. He felt like the sky was pressing down on him. His muscles were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way to block or evade. Then there is no need to block or evade. Qinyi, who was already at the end of his tether, smiled lightly as he puffed out his chest, facing death calmly. Lord Qinyi. Bai Tsang Shui and the other Gu immortals shouted, wanting to save him. But Qi Chuyu Yi Hao Fang, and the rest followed behind Fang Yuan, blocking these reinforcements. The huge ghost sword whistled past, penetrating Qinyi's body. Its might did not diminish as it struck Hairyfoot Mountain. At the next moment, Hairyfoot Mountain crumbled. Qinyi also lost his life, his corpse fell down powerlessly. Qinyi is also dead. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were greatly shaken. Fang Yuan had killed 2 Celestial Court experts. His fearsome might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, Hairyfoot Mountain is gone, but infallible blessed land is not destroyed. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of rubble below him. Celestial Court had detected infallible blessed land's location, but it had not been able to barge in for countless years. It could only use human path methods to borrow infallible blessed land's strength to extract the success Dao mark. Right now, Fang Yuan could not harm infallible blessed land in a hurry, not to mention destroying it. Not long after Qinyi died, a Gu immortal died in Celestial Court's battlefield. Yuan Xiongdu. He sat cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile. Following his death, the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a healthy aura. This is the aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Fake Gu. Yuan Qiongdu has already sacrificed himself. That means? The appearance of this aura caused the entire battlefield of the Celestial Court to freeze. Longevity Heaven's expression changed drastically, while the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court lit up with joy. Damn it, did we fail? Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Retreat. 7 Extreme Desolation stayed behind, while Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of emptiness? Feng Yuan, who was in Infallible Paradise's battlefield, suddenly felt the same. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly and did not stop Calamity Luck Altar. He came to Heaven Overseeing Tower and went to the top. Fake Gu, fake Gu. Duke Long muttered as tears flowed out of his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He saw it with his own eyes. The complete fake Gu was right in front of him. How many years of longing, how many years of yearning finally came true at this moment. For Duke Long, the significance of repairing Fate Gu was far more important and complex than the other members of the Celestial Court. Because back then, it was his disciple who had personally taught him that harmed Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I have not let down the Celestial Court, I have not let down humanity. Ha 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 ha. Duke Long's loud voice spread from Heaven Overseeing Tower to the whole of the Celestial Court. Over 1,000,000 years. My Celestial Court has finally obtained the complete rank 9 Fate Gu again. Swoosh. At the next moment, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals cheered in excitement. Some were flushed with excitement, some were crying, some had a satisfied smile on their faces as they died of old age. The morale of the Celestial Court soared to the peak, while Bing Sai Chuan and the rest of Longevity Heaven's side had pale expressions as they retreated quickly. The situation was set. They could not succeed. When Longevity Heaven invaded the Celestial Court, it was fierce and decisive, while retreating, it was also decisive and decisive. Over 3,000,000 years ago. Central Continent, Chi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain. The peak contained dense Chi Path Dao marks, it was very mystical. The peak could breathe out mist on its own, breathing like a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to another place, continuing to breathe in and out, this cycle repeated. There were not many Chi Breath peaks, most of them had owners. This Chi Breath peak was the same. Its owner was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but he was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal now. Gu Immortal Primordial Origin cultivated in Chi Breath Peak, using the breathing ability of Chi Breath Peak to comprehend the profundities of Chi Path. On this day he suddenly opened his eyes in a secret cave. It turned out that a mortal Gu master had barged into his Chi Breath Peak. He was slightly surprised. After all, he cultivated wholeheartedly, he had a carefree and unrestrained nature. He only wanted to comprehend the great Tao, he did not want to be disturbed by external matters. Thus, not only in Chi Breath Peak, he even made many arrangements in the mountain range below Chi Breath Peak. Not to mention mortal Gu masters. Even if most Gu immortals came here, they might not be able to discover Primordial Origin's existence. They would even turn a blind eye to the mysticism of Chi Breath Peak. But now, a mortal Gu master has barged in. Interesting. Primordial Origin Gu Immortal was interested. He appeared in front of this Gu master, but before he spoke, that mortal Gu master kowtowed. Gu Master Yu pays respects to Primordial Origin High Immortal. You actually know my name? Tell me which immortal friend gave you pointers. Can you rely on your Gu Master's ability to pass my round? Primordial Origin's expression turned solemn. How could a mortal Gu Master have such ability? He was sure that there was a Gu Immortal helping him from the shadows. But Gu Master Yu shook his head. Primordial Origin High Immortal, I did not receive any Gu Immortal's guidance. I came here based on Fate Gu's instructions. Fate Gu? Don't spout nonsense. This Gu is rank 9, it is kept by the Rockman Imperial Court and is guarded by several rank 8 Rockman Gu Immortals all year round. Primordial Origin had not finished speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. Mortal Gu Master Yu was kneeling on the ground, his hands holding a Gu worm. Rank 9 aura was overflowing, what else could it be but Fate Gu? In an instant, Primordial Origin lost his composure, his calm heart surged with raging waves. He forced himself to calm down. Yu, get up, how did you steal this Fate Gu and bring it to me from so far away? Also, you said you received Fate Gu's instructions? But according to what I know, no Gu Immortal can use Fate Gu, only the Heavenly Tao can control this Gu. What ability do you have to be able to use Fate Goo? Yuji spoke in full detail. I am the slave of the first Supreme Elder's grandson of the Rockman tribe. I have been secretly replacing my master to clean the Rockman Sacred Hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fate Goo's surroundings. But one day, I discovered that as long as I get close to Fate Goo, I can sense Fate's arrangements and the trajectory of all lives. I obtained Fate Goo's guidance because of this. I learned many things about the future and also understood my mission. Next, I took advantage of the commotion caused by the discovery of the Featherman Goo immortals who sneaked into the Rockman Sacred Hall and took Fate Goo away. I used the secret passages in the Rockman Sacred Hall to escape. Fate Goo actually concealed its aura in my hands. Although there were many dangers along the way, no matter what Goo immortals or methods they used, I could learn of them in advance through Fate Goo and was able to evade them with sufficient preparation. Therefore, the journey was more daunting than dangerous and I finally found you, exalted immortal. Primordial Origin heard this and could not help but size up Goo Master Yuji. Yuji spoke casually, but seeing that he was full of injuries, it could be seen how difficult his journey had been. You don't need to be humble in my opinion, although you used Fate Goo to be able to reach this stage as a mortal Goo Master. It is because you are brave and resourceful. Primordial Origin praised as his expression turned warm. He asked again, then why did you steal this Fate Goo from so far away and bring it to me? Yuji said, reporting to Lord Immortal, it was not me who stole Fate Goo, but Fate Goo itself wanted to come to you and put it in your hands. Lord Immortal, you are the owner of Fate Goo. I have already seen this from Fate Goo. Not only that, Lord Immortal, please experience it yourself. Saying so, Yuji lowered his head and raised his hands, offering Fate Goo to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was skeptical, but the moment he received Fate Goo, countless images flashed past his eyes like lightning as a vast amount of information poured into his mind. He immediately came to a realization. He understood everything. So it was not that Yuji could use Fate Goo, but Fate Goo allowed him to see the changes in heaven and earth, as well as the life trajectory of all living beings. In Fate, the variant human races that are contending for hegemony over the 5 regions will all decline. Humans will replace them and become the main characters of heaven and earth, trampling all the variant human races and becoming the new overlord. Humanity will reign supreme. As for me and this Goo Master Yuji, we will lead humanity to rise. We will take on all the challenges and suppression of the variant human great experts. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shocked, but also joyful. He could not help but be happy, because he was also a member of the human race. Although he became a Goo Immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves, sold, humiliated, and squeezed by the variant human races. Not only human mortals and Goo Masters, even human Goo Immortals had low status in the Goo Immortal circle. Many human Goo Immortals were even slaves of variant human races. Wild human Goo Immortals like Primordial Origin had freedom, but one day they might be encircled and attacked by many variant human Goo Immortals. If they were unlucky enough to be captured, they might even become slaves of variant human Goo Immortals. I want to resist so much, but even as a rank 7 Goo Immortal, I am not the match of many variant human Goo Immortal experts. Thus, I have been cultivating bitterly. I want to create my own path for humanity. And now, Fate Goo has shown that the future belongs to us humans. In the future, I will be the leader of human Goo Immortals. I will create Chi Path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Goo Immortal Primordial Origin was excited. He held Fate Goo in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yuji also smiled happily. He was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter. After a long sigh, Primordial Origin collected his emotions. He looked deeply at Fate Goo in his hand and sighed. Oh Yuji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Goo. Even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Goo Immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Goo Immortals are slaves. They are slaves and are like ants. They have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Goo, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Goo Immortals understand. The future is ours. Humanity will reign supreme. Fate Goo will rouse their lost courage. It will rouse the hope in their hearts. It will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner. Chapter 1755. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long lightly caressed Fate Gu. He was silent and had tears streaming down his face. Fate Gu was shaped like a spider, it was black and white and had a weak aura, there was a scarlet scar on it that almost cut it in half. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet scar had already disappeared, the unharmed Fate Gu was quietly lying on the ground, its aura was brimming with health. Life and death were up to fate, success or failure was up to heaven. All living beings in the world had their own life trajectories, they could not be changed. This was fate. For Celestial Court, Fate Gu represented many things. Relying on Fate Gu, people's hearts changed, primordial origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise, Celestial Court was established. Relying on Fate Gu, star constellation Immortal Venerable schemed, Celestial Court resisted 3 demon venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable carried on his legacy. Celestial Court always occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world, unshakable and unbreakable. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu worm to Celestial Court, it was their spirit, it was the banner that flew in the hearts of every generation of Celestial Court Gu immortals. How many years, how many years? Duke Long muttered. The surging emotions in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long was no longer trembling from excitement, he felt relieved of a heavy burden. Yes, relieved of a heavy burden. Different from most of the Celestial Court Gu immortals, repairing Fate Gu had more significance to Duke Long. Because the one who damaged Fate Gu was none other than the disciple he had taught with all his heart. In other words, he was also the culprit who harmed Fate Gu. For many years, Duke Long had been blaming himself. To repair Fate Gu, to atone for his sins, to repent, he did not hesitate to use Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even in his deep sleep, he was still extremely anxious and fearful. Completely repairing Fate Gu, can I do it? I must repair it, I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other 2 dukes? How can I face the general public? How can I face the generations of descendants of the Celestial Court? How can I face this grand humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's heart all year round. And now Duke Long had finally done it. It's not just me, it's all thanks to everyone. All of the sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled, feeling extremely gratified. At this moment, his dragon horn was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood. His injuries were severe, and what was more frightening was that his lifespan was almost up. He was about to die completely, and not even a trace of his soul would remain. Although the last moments of his life weren't the happiest, they were definitely the most relaxed and liberated. Therefore, of course, he felt tired. Tired. He was too tired. He was physically and mentally exhausted. After so many years of torment, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. The battle that had erupted and the injuries on his body had left him incredibly exhausted. I really want to have a good rest. Duke Long's breathing also calmed down, his dragon eyes were like the sea, filled with incomparably complex and deep emotions. He slowly retracted his hand, taking one last look at Fate Gu with reluctance. He then slowly turned around. His gaze passed through Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although there were still intense battles, Calamity Luck Altar had already retreated far away. It is time to end this battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply, his voice suddenly became louder and spread throughout the entire Celestial Court. Longevity Heaven, you want to retreat so easily? Isn't this thinking too naive? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower and slowly flew into the sky. This famous Immortal Gu house in the 5 regions was now a true rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Under the gazes of the Celestial Court's immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to shine with bright light that pierced into the sky. Like a monarch descending upon the world, it entered the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It wanted to supervise the world, follow providence, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. How many years has it been? It has finally reappeared. I am truly fortunate to be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Countless Celestial Court's Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. At this moment, many of them were at the end of their lifespans, but they were smiling in satisfaction. Retreat. Bing Sichuan's voice was hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven showed an anxious expression as it retreated. It is useless. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long spoke softly, his narrow dragon eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with light. Immortal Killer Move, Fate vanquish. Light. Light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the earth, and all directions. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move. An attack determined by fate could not be dodged, no matter what method was used to evade it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be resisted. As the white light faded, the Celestial Court's immortals stood proudly on the battlefield, while the experts of Northern Plains history had expressions of disbelief, shock, or bitterness as they collapsed. The phantom river of time that was engraved on the battlefield also vanished. Calamity Luck Altar was mostly destroyed. It was a tragic sight, like an ordinary thatched hut that was hit by a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughing out blood. Leave quickly. Bing Sai Chuan breathed heavily as he controlled the half-destroyed Calamity Luck Altar. Orange-yellow light shone in the sky again. This was Giant Sun Immortal's backup. It was a path of retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the orange-yellow light. You want to leave? Where do you think you are going? The Celestial Court's immortals charged forward. Leave quickly. Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth, forcefully supporting its swaying body as it stood in front of the Celestial Court's immortals with determination. Celestial Court's immortals, please retreat. Duke Long ordered. The Celestial Court's immortals were surprised. Fairy Myrtle, Lord Duke Long? Duke Long sighed. Leave some foundation for the Celestial Court. The immortals were silent. In this battle, the Celestial Court suffered huge losses. It was a huge loss. Because they lacked immortal goo, the rank 8 goo immortals had to use their bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. They had sacrificed too many people. As for the Celestial Court, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 goo immortals but lacked immortal goo. Duke Long had always remembered that when star constellations will appeared earlier, she had specially instructed him to hibernate a few rank 8 goo immortals. This definitely had a deeper meaning, but in this battle, the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had awakened too many rank 8 goo immortals. They had also sacrificed countless more. This resulted in not only no new rank 8 goo immortals to hibernate, many more were sacrificed instead. Although Fate Goo was repaired, this made Duke Long feel uneasy. Right now, my Celestial Court has already repaired rank 9 Fate Goo, together with myself. Who in this world can go against me? Even if it is a rank 9 Goo Venerable's method, I can rely on Heaven Overseeing Tower to resist it. Everyone, why don't you return to the immortal graveyard? If things go south, we can just wake you up. Duke Long continued to urge. In that case, that's right, with Fate Goo and Lord Duke Long, who can stop us? Then let's continue to hibernate. Most of the Goo immortals returned to the immortal graveyard, but a small portion stayed behind. These people were about to reach the end of their lifespans. They were about the same as Duke Long. There was no meaning in hibernating. Duke Long left behind Fairy Myrtle and a few others to clean up the battlefield and guard Celestial Court, while he led another group to move Heaven Overseeing Tower out of Celestial Court. Calamity Luck Altar brought the remnants of Longevity Heaven and escaped from Celestial Court, but so what? Their speed could not compare to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and they were in Central Continent's territory. Duke Long wanted to make these people stay, be it by killing or taking them as captives. It would undoubtedly display the might of Celestial Court. It would also let the Goo immortals of the other 4 regions know what the price of offending Celestial Court was. What? Longevity Heaven escaped in defeat. Celestial Court completely repaired Fate Goo. Sigh, we lost this battle, let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Goo is definitely the #1 immortal Goo house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After receiving this news, the situation in Infallible Blessed Land changed drastically in an instant. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals had thoughts of retreating. Fang Yuan was the same. He felt great regret, but there was nothing he could do. But what he did not expect was, almost at the next moment, he saw the tattered Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the pursuing Celestial Court. It was unknown what Giant Sun Immortal was thinking back then. He actually set up a path of retreat in the sky above Harryfoot Mountain. No one had discovered it. Chapter 1756. It is too late to leave now. Everyone please work together and attack Celestial Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once. They will not use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Sai Chuan shouted. The Goo immortals reacted quickly. They gritted their teeth and charged forward. Bing Sichuan was right, Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast, they could not escape. Of course, it was not that no one thought of using the Gu immortals around them to stall for time and escape. But Central Continent was too big, they were deep in Central Continent now, even if they scattered and escaped, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have enough time to eliminate them one by one. Thus, Southern Border and Northern Plains people were all in a desperate situation, they could only fight back. This round of slaughter caused the heavens and the earth to dim. Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier knew that their situation was extremely dangerous, they did not hold back anymore, they used everything they had learned and used all their methods. When Celestial Court chased after them, they were very aggressive, but after facing the counterattack of the Northern and Southern Regions Alliance, they fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Myrtle, has the news of Fate Gu's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long stayed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Myrtle. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle replied, "The news has already been spread to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only that, Lord Duke Long, your current battle situation is also being spread everywhere through human methods." Since Rank 9 Fate Gu had been restored, Celestial Court naturally had to spread this news to raise their morale and scare their enemies. This way, Celestial Court would be able to take care of the people's hearts. They could even persuade those Gu immortals who were still causing trouble and looting resources in Central Continent. Duke Long's earlier order was to spread the news of Fate Gu. But Fairy Myrtle went one step further, she directly spread the battle situation in infallible blessed land everywhere. At once, countless mortals, Gu masters and Gu immortals learned of the battle situation. The Celestial Court's actions showed their confidence in winning. It was also clear that the Celestial Court with Rank 9 Fate Gu had a huge advantage in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle wanted to use this chance to display the strength of the Celestial Court and capture all of these Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortal elites. Central Continent and the Celestial Court's reputation would soar to the peak. Duke Long understood what Fairy Myrtle meant, but he could not help but frown slightly. Presently, the immortals of the North and South have fallen into a hopeless situation. They're like cornered beasts that are still fighting, and they have the will to fight. Thus, our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position instead. Although this is only a temporary situation. Duke Long understood Fairy Myrtle's intentions. Although it was a little rash since she had already done so, he had no choice but to cooperate. To display the Celestial Court's strength to the greatest extent, not only did they have to announce the successful restoration of Fate Gu, they also had to display extremely strong battle strength, to make people tremble in fear and not dare to go against the Celestial Court. In this refinement path convention, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions took action. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly damaging the reputation of the Celestial Court. Now that they wanted to restore their reputation, the Celestial Court had to display outstanding battle strength and capture all of the Northern and Southern immortals in one fell swoop. Only then could they regain their reputation and raise morale, making the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions deeply wary and not dare to offend them again. Fate Vanquish was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a rank 9 killer move because Fate Gu was completely restored, its power was even more terrifying. But it still needed some time to use it now. Fate Vanquish could not be used frequently. It seems that I have to do it myself. Otherwise, news of the battle will spread everywhere, my Celestial Court's immortals will be suppressed instead, it will not look good for us. Duke Long arranged for several Celestial Court Gu immortals to take his place in defending Heaven Overseeing Tower, while he himself slowly floated out. Duke Long has come out, be careful of him. Bing Sichuan knew how terrifying Duke Long was, he quickly reminded. Let's attack together. Yao Huang shouted, Fang Yuan and the rest quickly responded. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and the other immortal Gu houses protected these rank 8 Gu immortals. The moment Duke Long came out, he fell into the encirclement of Fang Yuan and the rest. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, their power was shocking. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects territories, a large number of Gu immortals shouted in shock. Through the changing images they saw that Duke Long was being attacked, they were anxious, worried and filled with grief and indignation. Bam bam bam. After a series of explosions, dust and smoke filled the air. Within the dust and smoke, Duke Long's huge figure stood tall. The 9 coiling dragon phantoms on his body expanded, creating intense winds that dispersed the dust and smoke. Duke Long had a calm expression, he was still hovering at the same spot. His indifferent dragon eyes looked around as Duke Long spoke. Are you trying to tickle me with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest, who had fought against Duke Long for the first time, were greatly shaken, even though they had already obtained first-hand information about the battle in Celestial Court from Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as a dazed expression appeared in his eyes. He is several times stronger than before. Without 7 extreme desolation now, just the half-destroyed Calamity Luck altar is not his match. What do we do? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Wounded Centipede Mark. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Baizu activated their killer moves at the same time. Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons flew in the sky, while gray-white centipedes flew in the sky, seemingly illusory at the same time. The 2 killer moves were like a tidal wave, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, drowning Duke Long. In Central Continent, countless spectators gasped in shock. They were worried for Duke Long. From within the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's calm voice could be heard. Good move, but it is not enough. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Current Scissors. Boom. With a loud explosion, the sea of dragons and centipedes surged with huge waves. Chi Current Scissors flew everywhere. Everywhere they went, the dragons were as fragile as paper, they were easily cut apart. The centipedes were even worse off, their corpses were torn into pieces and scattered everywhere. Seeing that Duke Long was safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent cheered. Mom, is the one with a horn on his head an immortal from our Middle Continent? Duke Long, the master of the legendary Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Just how powerful is that? The Celestial Court has made a move, it is better for me to retreat first. I have plundered a lot of resources, let's leave this place first. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle expected, the invading Gu immortals started to retreat in large numbers. Central Continent's morale continued to rise, they were united and united. Attrition tactics are completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord Baizu's expression was ashen. It is my turn now. Duke Long snorted lightly, the dragon-shaped chi flickered as he vanished. So fast. Where did he go? Yi Haofang's heart suddenly rang with alarm. He raised his head and saw that Duke Long was right above him. The dragon claw attacked. Yi Haofang only had time to raise his arms to block it. Boom. With a loud sound, Yi Haofang was struck by the dragon claw. He was sent flying for 500 to 600 feet, crashing on the ground and creating a huge crater. Yi Haofang coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was filled with shock. The attack just now had not only broken his defense, it had even caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The dragon-shaped chi flickered again, Duke Long appeared in front of Yi Haofang again. But immediately, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chuyu appeared on Duke Long's left and right. Even though they could not see Duke Long's figure and could not keep up with his speed, they had rich battle experience, they had already predicted that Duke Long would continue to attack Yi Haofang. After all, it was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. Duke Long, you fell for it. You are trapped inside, right? One south and one north, the 2 formation path Gu immortals attacked at the same time, instantly setting up a formation. A mere formation dares to trap me? Duke Long snickered, his body shook as his chi burst out. The formation shattered like glass. Chi Chuyu and 5 Elements Grandmaster grunted as they suffered a backlash. But Duke Long was also obstructed, he lost the chance to kill Yi Haofang. Yi Haofang took the chance to get out of the pit and heal himself, but his heart was still cold. Duke Long's strength was simply unimaginable. After all, Yi Haofang was a famous rank 8 expert in southern border, but he was almost killed by Duke Long in just 2 or 3 rounds. I'm afraid only a venerable can suppress such strength. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is far ahead. Even if we attack him together, he can deal with it easily. Who can block this Duke Long? The southern and northern immortals were all terrified, many of them were at a loss. Duke Long could not be stopped, not to mention there was a rank 9 immortal Gu house with a complete fake Gu, heaven overseeing tower. What to do? As if responding to the immortals' questions, there was a loud rumble as the ground split open. A huge crack rapidly spread, cutting across the battlefield. Boom. At the next moment, the ground burst open, countless soil and rocks surged out like a black tsunami that defied the heavens. A huge dragon head flew over like a hill. The dragon opened its mouth, its teeth were jagged like a forest of spears, flickering with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Duke Long, I will tear you to pieces. The giant dragon roared. Legendary Immemorial Desolate Beast, Di Zongxing. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face. He snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. One immortal and one beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Di Zongxing become so strong? Celestial Court's Gu immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle many sacrifices were made. Central Continent is enraged. It also caused Di Zongxing's strength to rise sharply. But, wasn't Di Zongxing trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? Why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain. They had many questions. But they all knew that back then Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zongxing. Thus, it was natural that Di Zongxing was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Di Zongxing's battle strength had risen sharply. He could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows? This legendary immemorial desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted, this is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant. He is being held back by Di Zongxing. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy Fake Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was the first to react. He shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. Chapter 1757. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom. A huge explosion resounded in the surroundings of tens of li. 3 Gu immortals were fighting. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise even if I die, I will not let you two off. Central Continent Gu immortal Mi Lan Guang shouted angrily. And he had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar with fluttering sleeves, the other was a short and wretched-looking young man. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Great Treasury immortal. He had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a local Gu immortal of Central Continent, a rank 6 Jian Yi Sheng. Great Treasury immortal frowned. His tone was impatient as anger flashed in his eyes. Milan Guang, did you chase me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit, this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally nurtured by you. It is something that has never been seen before in this world. I was excited to see it. I also cultivate information path like you, so I secretly took one and wanted to research it. I'll tell you the truth, if you continue to force me for a rank 7 immortal material, I'll start a war with you and fight to the death. I will also teach you that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easy to bully. Once he said this, Jian Yixing immediately flattered him. Senior Great Treasury immortal, your words are very reasonable. We should have done this long ago and gotten rid of this Milan Guang. Otherwise, if we let him chase us like this, we would not be able to do any business. The current situation is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Great Treasury immortal looked at Jian Yixing and nodded reluctantly. We can only do that. Even though Great Treasury immortal had rank 7 cultivation level while Jian Yixing was only rank 6, the latter was a famous lone immortal in Central Continent. He specialized in sword escape killer moves and was extremely slippery. He was also a local tyrant of Central Continent. Precisely because he appeared and told Great Treasury immortal about Milan Guang's treasure location, Great Treasury immortal learned of this special rank 7 immortal material, electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury immortal cultivated information path and was very interested in it. Together with Jian Yixing, they stole a portion of electrolytic iron starflower while Middle Continent was in chaos. During this process they were discovered by Milan Guang. The Great Treasury immortal's actions were exposed and he couldn't help but feel weak. He didn't want to act and was chased by Milan Guang. Milan Guang looked at Great Treasury immortal, then looked at Jian Yixing and sneered, so that's how it is. Next, he said something that made Great Treasury immortal feel very surprised. Great Treasury immortal, even though you are an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, you are also a famous information path expert. I have long heard of your name, but you were deceived by that scoundrel Jian Yixing. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, Jian Yixing plucked 3, and the rest were destroyed by his sword arts. What? Jian Yixing laughed heartily. Milan Guang, you are obviously trying to sow discord. Aren't you a little too clumsy? But the next moment, Great Treasury immortal turned around and stared at him angrily. Jian Yixing, what have you done? Jian Yixing's heart jumped. Oh no, they are both information path Gu immortals. I cannot discover their secret communication. I'm afraid Great Treasury Immortal has already believed the evidence. Jian Yisheng was decisive. Since he could not deceive Great Treasury Immortal anymore, he laughed sinisterly and flew away like a sword. Great Treasury Immortal and Mi Lan Guang were shocked. This Jian Yisheng has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast. Great Treasury Immortal was furious. He was actually tricked by Jian Yisheng. He was used as a tool. Now, Jian Yisheng took away more benefits than him and even made him stay behind to block Mi Lan Guang. Brother Mi, I will return that electrolytic iron starflower to you immediately. Don't worry, I will uproot it and return it to you. It will be very convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will compensate you with valuable resources. Great Treasury Immortal breathed in deeply and said with a solemn expression. Mi Lan Guang pondered for a while before raising his eyebrows. Conditions? Great Treasury Immortal snorted coldly. You and I will work together to deal with Jian Yisheng. He hated Jian Yisheng to the core. Mi Lan Guang was the same. He smiled knowingly and stretched out his hand. It is my honor to work together with fellow Eastern Sea cultivators. Thereupon, the two made an agreement to work together to kill Jian Yisheng. What made the two of them furious was that although Jian Yisheng escaped, he did not actually escape far. Evidently, he wanted to let Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal fight for a while before he returned to reap the benefits. Now that he saw Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal working together, although Jian Yisheng was furious, he did not panic. He even mocked. My sword escape method made countless rank 7 Gu immortals helpless against it at rank 6. Now that this move has advanced to rank 7, if you want to catch up to me, maybe in your next life. Saying so, Jian Yisheng activated the killer move sword escape and left. Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly, but could only watch as Jian Yisheng escaped. But a moment later, it was Jian Yisheng's turn to cry bitterly, oh no! Although my sword escape method is fast, it cannot last for long. And these two are information path Gu immortals, they are most skilled at gathering information and clues, thus they could track me. Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Yisheng to the core, they chased after him relentlessly. Every time there was a crisis, Jian Yisheng would activate sword escape and escape temporarily. But not long after, Mi Lan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal would chase after him. Jian Yisheng shouted, is there any meaning in chasing like this? Our accumulated immortal essence will be expended. At that time, you will suffer heavy losses. Mi Lan Guang sneered, among us 3 rank 7s you are the latest to advance. How much immortal essence do you have? This time, even if we have to expend it, we will exhaust you to death. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, agreeing loudly, that's right. You should know that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easily deceived. Jian Yisheng scolded anxiously, Mi Lan Guang, you and I are Central Continent Gu immortals, we are from the same region, you are actually siding with an outsider and ally with an outer region? Mi Lan Guang chuckled coldly, don't be so arrogant, you offended me today, you are dead meat. Jian Yisheng only needed to use sword escape to escape. Both sides chased for a while. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, oh no, he has stopped strangely. He seems to have discovered the method I used on him. He had lost his sense of Jian Yisheng. Soon he and Mi Lan Guang found Jian Yisheng's right arm in a mountain pass. Jian Yisheng was ruthless. After realizing something was wrong, he directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's expression was ashen as he looked at Mi Lan Guang. We can only rely on you now. Don't worry. Mi Lan Guang smiled, this way. The two continued to chase. After a few exchanges, Jian Yisheng's expression was pale. He could not even curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserves were depleted. I am going to die, but I am not resigned to it. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method, but what method did you, Mi Lan Guang, use to chase after me? I dared to provoke you because I have some understanding of your methods, I can deal with them. But now I can't even find out what method you're using. Can you tell me the truth before I die? Mi Lan Guang sneered, don't even think about it. You can die as a muddled ghost. But at the next moment, Jian Yisheng gave a strange cry as he used sword escape killer move again, escaping rapidly. This guy is too crafty. Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth in hatred. Don't worry, I have my methods. Unless he escapes from Central Continent, he will not be able to escape my detection. Mi Lan Guang smiled confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with shock as he sighed, I admire Brother Mi's methods. Not to mention Jian Yisheng, Even I did not discover brother's methods, they are truly amazing. Milan Guang laughed heartily, waving his hand. Great Treasury Immortal, you misunderstood, this is not my method, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's doing. What do you mean? The mystery of Celestial Court is a secret that cannot be divulged. But I do know a little about this move. Let's talk about it as we chase. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, he pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He knew that Milan Guang was originally a Lightning Path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor, a member of Celestial Court's lower sect. But later he violated the sect's rules and his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path again and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal again. With Milan Guang's background, it was not strange for him to know some secrets of Celestial Court. Milan Guang continued, this move is called Everybody's Vision, it is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move is based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts. It can allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to share their vision. As long as someone sees Jian Yisheng's movement light or finds a trace of him, I can use Everybody's Vision to obtain information and find him. Great Treasury Immortal realized, so that's it. Everybody's Vision is truly profound, of course, People's United Hearts is even more so. It allows people to understand each other's intentions and determine who is on the enemy's side. This prevents traitors from hiding. Wait. Suddenly, Great Treasury Immortal stopped and stared at Milan Guang with a horrified gaze. Since Milan Guang could use Everybody's Vision, he was definitely under the cover of People's United Hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path, he would not cooperate with a Central Continent invader like him, then the only possibility was, Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for it. Jian Yisheng revealed himself and laughed loudly. Many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared with him. The formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. It turned out that everything was a trap, and Milan Guang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure the big fish, Great Treasury Immortal. At the same time, Celestial Court battlefield. This unparalleled war had finally reached its most critical moment. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was temporarily stalled by Di Zongxing. If Fang Yuan and the rest charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Celestial Court's Gu refinement plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the northern and southern immortals would be surrounded by Celestial Court's Gu immortals due to their poor positioning, the situation would be very disadvantageous. This is the final chance I must. Fang Yuan had just made up his mind when white light shot out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time between two uses of Fate Vanquish has already been shortened to this extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost in an instant the white light faded completely. A huge change occurred in the situation of the battlefield. Several immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed, the Gu immortals inside died. Of the two rank 8 Gu immortals behind Fang Yuan, one was heavily injured and the other fainted on the spot. The rest of the immortals were in a complete mess, their injuries were not light. The power of Fate Vanquish is actually so terrifying. In Southern Border's battlefield earlier, it clearly did not have such power. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power? There is no way to defend against it. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals were disheartened, they lost their morale. On the contrary, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals and Central Continent's countless spectators cheered loudly at this scene. Celestial Court is mighty. Kill these invaders, let them repay this debt of blood with blood. With such a method our Central Continent will win for sure. Using Everybody's Vision killer move, seeing this scene, countless Central Continent's people cheered and their morale soared. Celestial Court's divine might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Mother, why hasn't that person fallen? Among all the demons he is the only one that has not fallen. A little girl shook her mother's hand, asking in confusion. Even mortals could clearly observe the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, the little girl's mother was only a mortal, she shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu immortals, we will not fail. Fang Yuan? That's right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon, he is a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, Fate Vanquish is like a gentle breeze to him. After being dazed for a while, the southern and southern immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the celestial quartz goo immortals that flew out of heaven overseeing tower. He could not get close to it. But Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the southern and southern immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan. Although we have deep enmity with him, but the southern and southern immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose? The celestial quartz goo immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Di Zongxing. But no matter how Di Zongxing gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough. Only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time, Wu Yang's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Southern Alliance immortals, listen to my orders. Assist Fang Yuan with all your strength. Break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Goo. Bing Sichuan also reacted. Help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If we fail we will die. Charge. This is? Fang Yuan, who was fighting, sensed the power behind him. His eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 1758. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. At this moment, Fang Yuan and the rest of the southern and southern immortals charged forward without any regard for their lives. Fang Yuan was at the front, he was the sharpest spear. He became the only hope of the southern and southern immortals, he carried their expectations. How ironic, how pathetic. Now that the battle has come to this, we have to place our bets on our enemies. The immortals of the north and south all had complicated feelings. Colluding with Fang Yuan, you are truly a bunch of demons. Celestial Quartz Goo immortals were disdainful as they attacked. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan. Stop. A Celestial Court Goo immortal charged at Fang Yuan. I will block him. Fang Yuan, you continue forward. Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted as he charged forward. Two immortal Goo houses charged forward. The southern and southern immortals' immortal Goo houses blocked Fang Yuan from the left and right, protecting him. In the battle of rank 8 Goo immortals, the immortal Goo houses were like raging bulls, they only had time to collide. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This was an unprecedented experience, he had never expected such a miraculous scene. He had actually obtained the selfless help of the southern and southern immortals. Retreat, quick, pull some distance. Heaven Overseeing Tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and the rest's final charge was too fierce, they were like frenzied tigers. At the crucial moment, even though the Celestial Court's members surrounded them, not many of them could come over to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long raised his arms with difficulty, he lifted Di Zongxing's teeth inch by inch. Even though his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven Overseeing Tower, by using everybody's vision killer move, he was able to grasp the current situation. Fang Yuan is their only hope, as long as we kill him, the southern and southern immortals' morale will fall to its lowest point, they might even surrender because their hope is gone. Not only that scoundrel Fang Yuan possesses the spring-autumn cicada. He is the final hope of the Red Lotus. At this moment, a scene appeared in the depths of Duke Long's memory. Hong Lian was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. She used all her remaining strength to stand before Duke Long with great difficulty. Duke Long looked at him quietly, his voice a little hoarse. Hong Ting, you have no hope left. Give up. Surrender. I'll give you a chance to repent. Even at this stage, Master, you're still unwilling to give up on me? Red Lotus Demon Sovereign laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope hasn't been shattered. What hope do you have? What other trump cards do you have? My hope is not here, Master. I left it for the big time. You will see him just as the great age is about to begin. He will fight his way into the Celestial Court just like me. Duke Long sighed and said with an unwavering tone, then I will stop him just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. I will make up for the mistakes you made. I, your master, will personally kill all of your hopes. Brr. Duke Long suddenly roared. He shook his arms and forced Di Zongxing's teeth open. His figure disappeared. Clang. In the next moment, Di Zongxing's sharp dragon teeth fiercely clenched together, creating dazzling stars. But Duke Long had already arrived behind Fang Yuan. His big hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled power pulling on him. A powerful and majestic aura of danger filled the sky like a tsunami, wanting to drown him from behind. Duke Long. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around. He activated his killer move to fight against Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon pupils reflected Fang Yuan's clear face. His tone was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. But at the next moment, an immortal goo house interfered, blocking the two. Fang Yuan, leave. The southern and northern immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and turned around, continuing to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was obstructed. He roared and activated his killer move, tearing with his claws. The sturdy immortal goo house was torn apart like paper in his hands. Duke Long continued to chase, but he had just taken a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared in front of him. Duke Long grabbed with his hand and crushed Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the next moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu pounced again. Not killed. Duke Long was surprised. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move and sensed that it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu in front of him gave him the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he understood. A killer move that can instantly swap places with the main body and clone. Indeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a famous lone cultivator rank 8 in Northern Plains. He took over He tribe's territory and created Baizu tribe, joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all of Northern Plains Goo immortals for the sake of the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one of them. One of the conditions for Heavenly Lord Baizu to accept the recruitment was an immortal killer move from Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this technique he could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt that he had been obstructed in his attacks on Heifan Grotto Heaven in the past. He had asked for it. Precisely because of this, after Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was transported to Eastern Sea by karma relocation, he could switch places quickly and return to infallible blessed land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu tried to obstruct him again and again. Even though he could not block a single attack, he managed to switch places with his main body at the critical moment. His performance was amazing. He actually managed to stall Duke Long's pursuit. But soon, other Celestial Court Goo immortals attacked Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu soon fell into a dangerous situation. He could not even take care of himself. Duke Long chased after Fang Yuan again, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was already guarding behind Fang Yuan. Come. 5 Elements Grandmaster activated his strongest defensive method, 5 Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation that was condensed into a 5-colored ring. No matter what, I can at least last a few breaths of time. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But at the next moment, Duke Long did not stop. He broke through the 5 Elements ring and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken. He immediately suffered a huge backlash. His injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him. He casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple gold chi. This was a chi path killer move. 5 Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes. He was struck by the purple gold dragon chi with a loud sound. He exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofang sacrificed himself to attack, attempting to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofang. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent. He could slaughter rank 8 Goo immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sichuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan obtained a lot. His luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 Immortal Goo and a large number of Mortal Goo. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Especially when Fang Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move. It had no effect on Fate Goo. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves. He could only use the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Fang Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the Southern and Southern Immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu Immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Weiyin, what are you doing? The Southern Border Gu Immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity. They were shocked and furious. Lu Weiyin pointed at Fang Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Weiyin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a Southern Border Gu Immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the Celestial Court together. Otherwise, the Southern Border Gu Immortals were agitated. They shouted. Chapter 1759. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive killer moves, he was very strong in other aspects. He easily blocked the furious attacks of the Southern and Southern Immortals. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything to him. As expected of Paradise Earth's inheritor, many Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked at him with deep respect. In a short period of time, Lu Weiyin actually defended against the fierce attacks of the Southern and Southern Immortals alone. Almost none of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals in the battlefield could do this. At this moment, the Southern and Southern Immortals finally understood Lu Weiyin's power. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive methods, his overall strength was above Li Huang and Chen Yi. The Southern and Southern Immortals hated Lu Weiyin to the core. This hatred was several times stronger than Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's appearance, he destroyed the final hope of the Southern and Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan and the others' attacks were like raging waves, but they were all blocked by him alone. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He was still fighting with Di Zongxing, but Lu Weiyin saved the situation for him. Duke Long felt that Lu Weiyin's help was far more gratifying than him doing it himself, because this represented the submission of Paradise Earth's lineage. This is the will of the people. Back then, when Fate Gu appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used it to change the wills of many human Gu Immortals. He roused the fighting spirit of countless people. Now it is the same. A damaged Fate Gu was not worthy of reverence. But the complete Fate Gu was like the records in history. It was a banner. Its significance to the human race far surpassed its actual nature. This was the will of the people. It was the trend of the times. The will of the people was hard to change, but the Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu. It could make the opposing Gu Immortals lose their will to fight. They would eventually betray them and join them. This would save the Celestial Court and Central Continent a lot of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but rejoice at Fairy Myrtle's choice. With everyone watching, this battle scene would be broadcast to the entire Central Continent, and even to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Weiyin's defection was a symbol, a role model. It meant that in the future, a large number of Gu Immortals would join Central Continent and submit to the Celestial Court. The power of an example is infinite. Especially Lu Weiyin, he was Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu Immortals hesitate on whether to surrender or rebel, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, the inheritor of Paradise Earth, changed his ways. What can I do? In this way, the hurdle in his heart had been crossed. Lu Weiyin's actions were like a formless storm that quickly spread to all parts of Central Continent. The Gu Immortals of the various regions who had already prepared to escape retreated even faster. At the same time, in Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, Zhao Lianyun was getting restless. Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is very dangerous outside. Bu Zhenzi urged. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I have Love Gu to protect me. The enemies are fleeing in fear right now. It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we do not attack now, when will we? Zhao Lianyun's wish was quickly acknowledged by the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. Earlier, Central Continent was in chaos. All sorts of people attacked and caused chaos everywhere. The Celestial Court mobilized a large number of Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects for the sake of recovery. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were weak and had huge territories. They could only give up on their territories and resources, wisely choosing to defend themselves. Right now, through the killer move everyone's vision, The Gu immortals who were left behind in the various bases understood the change in the situation. Many knowledgeable people knew that it was time to counterattack. Let's kill all these people who dared to offend our central continent. Fight, beat the shit out of these despicable people. Howl, all the grievances and anger in my heart, I will return them all to you. Soon, with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, they launched a wave of counterattack. The remaining Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals of Central Continent quickly reclaimed their lost territories and attacked the remaining 4 regions' Gu immortals. The 4 regions' Gu immortals were forced to retreat, some even lost their lives on the spot. Because of the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals and infallible Blessed Land knew about this. Their morale soared. Feng Yuan and the rest were in an even more precarious situation. Duke Long was overjoyed. This was the scene he wanted to see. Under the banner of Fate Gu, almost all of Central Continent's Gu immortals were united as one. This united strength was terrifying. The rise of humanity in Celestial Court's historical records had already proven this. At this moment, Duke Long had a deeper understanding. The Celestial Court had been displaying Fate Gu for generations. They had purposely erected this banner. This was a hint from the depths of the soul, a call that was so strong that it was hard to resist. Fate Gu was only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could not even be used directly. But when Celestial Court used it, they gave it a spirit and meaning that surpassed its own, and then used the history of humanity to amplify this influence. Thinking about it, wasn't it mystical? Fate Gu's practicality was far inferior to other rank 9 immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. But Celestial Court used it to change people's hearts. They united a large number of scattered battle strength, they united countless people and formed an impregnable fortress. Lu Wei Yin's betrayal, a lone immortal like Jian Yisheng and a Righteous Path Gu immortal like Milan Guang, who was abandoned by the 10 great sects, teamed up and ambushed Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, the Central Continent Gu immortals launched a wave of counterattacks. The other 4 regions Gu immortals retreated, their morale fell. These changes were very difficult to achieve with immortal killer moves, even a rank 9 killer move like People's United Hearts. But now Duke Long used just Fate Gu to achieve this. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals nurture Gu, use Gu and refine Gu. Not mentioning the other 2 aspects, just the use of Gu, Celestial Court's use of Fate Gu had already surpassed the limits of Gu worms, it had reached an unprecedented supreme level. This was a type of art. Thinking about it, it was shocking. Celestial Court's immortals encircled and attacked from all directions. Northern and Southern immortals were trapped in the encirclement, some were screaming, some were bleeding, some were panicking, and some were unafraid of death. Feng Yuan's heart was also shrouded in a heavy shadow. He could not break Lu Wei Yin's defense, while Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long purposely lured Di Zongxing far away to create a second battlefield. The enemy's situation is hopeless. This was the thought of almost all the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Haha, I still have to turn the tide in the end. Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded in the battlefield to Feng Yuan. At the same time, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. By Ningbing? How can she control Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan was shocked. The other Gu immortals were even more shocked. Bai Ningbing's sneak attack had been planned for a long time. While the immortals were shocked, thick smoke burst out of Dragon Palace and drifted towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower felt like it had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the Gu immortals inside the tower activated their methods. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into Phantom. It was invincible. Phantom Transformation Method, hee. Bai Ningbing sneered, "You are looking down on me, Dragon Spirit." A boy stood beside her. At this moment he was giggling. "Master, watch me." Thick smoke shrouded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, it was still corroded by the smoke. This is a Dream Path offensive killer move? Feng Yuan's side was shocked and joyful, while the Celestial Court's immortals were shocked and furious. What is going on? Both sides had doubts in their hearts. Let's turn back time for a while. Central Continent Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The battle was at the crucial moment of victory and defeat. The Celestial Court's immortals reinforced Dragon Palace's 4 Dragon Generals situation. But these reinforcements were within the expectations of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. They attacked one after another, causing the battle situation to become more intense. The 4 dragon generals could only defend Dragon Palace while the reinforcements from Celestial Court could not break through the defensive line of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals in a short period of time. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was Bai Ningbing. Earlier, Chen Yi had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method to use Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation to block the Immortals' attacks. Fang Yuan quickly found the best way to exchange points. Under Fang Yuan's command, Bai Ningbing charged towards the defensive line and was teleported away by Karma Relocation. Bai Ningbing looked around and found that she was in a dangerous situation. This was a battle between rank 8s. The intensity of the battle was not something she could participate in. Bai Ningbing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, they attacked her at the next moment. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw that Bai Ningbing was an enemy, they naturally wanted to eliminate her. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not want Bai Ningbing to leave and expose the secret of this place, they wanted to silence her. Instantly Bai Ningbing fell into a life-and-death situation. Bitter. She knew deeply that against a rank 8 Gu Immortals killer move, even if she turned into Bai Xiang, it would be of no use. Death was approaching, but she was not afraid, she was only unresigned and felt deep regret. She muttered, "Is this all I can do?" "No, master." At the crucial moment, a clear and tender voice of a child could be heard. Next, Dragon Palace shook, it captured Bai Ningbing and directly teleported her to a deep part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 Gu Immortals present, the battle slowed down. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing entered Dragon Palace and found a strange living being standing in front of her. It had the appearance of a child, but it had horns on its head and a dragon tail on its back, its large eyes were sparkling and translucent, it was pure and cute. It looked at Bai Ningbing and said, "Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and in Dragon Court there is me, Dragon Spirit." Dragon Court? Isn't this the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me master? Bai Ningbing naturally knew about Dragon Palace, she was getting more and more confused. Dragon Spirit smiled. Back then the Dragon Man Gu Immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it, thus it changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as my master, that is the only way. Because you are a dragon man who escaped fate, you are the enemy of Celestial Court, you are also the only suitable master. Oh master, I have finally found you. Duke Long does not know of my existence. I hid and created the illusion that he succeeded in refining Dragon Court. Celestial Court is too powerful, master, please take action and resolve this crisis. In the future you will lead the Dragon Man race to rise up, we will follow the will of Providence and defeat the humans, we will make the Dragon Men the rulers of this world. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling that it was unimaginable. I am only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, even if I have future self I am not rank 8. Furthermore, with the current situation, even rank 8 cultivation level cannot resolve this predicament. Dragon Spirit said, "Master, you need to have confidence. Fate Gu has already told us that humans will fall, Dragon Men will rise. Our Dragon Man race will be the next main character of this world, it is time for us Dragon Men to suppress humans and rule the world. But Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Man race, he is the greatest traitor of our race. Dragon Court's power has not been fully displayed because it lacks a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 immortal Gu house now, even if it uses its full power, it will not be able to break out. Thus, master, please take action and subdue Di Zongxing." Bai Ningbing was surprised, "How can I subdue Di Zongxing?" Dragon Spirit smiled confidently, "Master, don't look down on yourself. Dragon men will rise, divine beasts will pave the way. Di Zongxing was born from the heavenly Tao, he hates humans from birth, he is actually a divine beast of our Dragon Man race. Right now, Dragon Court cannot subdue him because it is only an immortal Gu house, it lacks a true master. But with you we have all the conditions." Bai Ningbing blinked repeatedly, reacting after a long while. She still had many questions in her mind, for example, wasn't Dragon Man reigning supreme referring to humans? If Fate Gu said so, why did the Celestial Court still try to repair Fate Gu? Bai Ningbing suppressed all the questions in her mind, she could not help but feel excited. This is really interesting. To think that at the moment of death, the situation would take a turn for the better. The Celestial Court seems to have many secrets. Even though I am a human, I used a secret method to turn into a Dragon Man. But to lead the Dragon Man race to rise and overthrow the rule of humans, Just thinking about this makes my blood boil. Resisting the celestial court is interesting, but leading the Dragon Man race to rise is even more interesting. Ha ha, interesting, interesting. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light. She laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, "No matter who you are, what schemes you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you did not save me, I would have died at that moment. Your goal is truly interesting, I will accept it. What should I do?" Bai Ningbing was different. She was a true demon. She acted according to her own preferences. She would do whatever she felt was interesting. Thus, her human identity could not restrict her. Lu Weiyin betrayed Southern Border, but she betrayed humanity. Dragon Spirit was overjoyed. "Master, with your help, Di Zongxing will easily submit." Dragon Spirit shed tears of excitement. "This is great. I was almost in despair, to think that Master would finally come. My wait was not in vain. Right now, Providence is being influenced by star constellations. Fate Gu's revelation has also changed. But it does not matter. A large number of hibernating Gu immortals in the celestial court have died. Star constellations has lost her support. The heavenly Daos has suppressed her. Your appearance proves this point. Right now, we need to subdue Di Zongxing first before going back to participate in the battle. Be it the celestial court or the Northern and Southern Alliance, it is a dog-eat-dog situation. Even though we want them to die, this is a rare opportunity we can seize Fate Gu. Chapter 1760. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, which had rank 9 Fate Gu, could not resist the corrosion of the Dream Path Killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It had rank 8 Immortal Gu Dream Token. The rank 8 Dream Path Killer move that came from it was probably the number 1 in the current world. As the saying went, one move could dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods. Once Dragon Spirit made its move, the effect was immediate. At this rate, Heaven Overseeing Tower will cease to exist. This move is not just the extension of Dream Realms, it is a Dream Path Killer move. Even if Celestial Court has pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, it will not be able to stop it. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw hope of victory. To think that at the final juncture Bai Ningbing would be the one to turn the tide. Hold on. Attack together, defend Dragon Palace. The Southern and Southern Immortals cooperated. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were pale with fright. Their previous confidence was completely gone as they attacked anxiously. Something is not right. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Duke Long and found something amiss. Duke Long, who was fighting with Di Zongxing, did not show any signs of panic. His expression was calm and there was even a trace of reminiscence in his gaze. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Celestial Court. Hong Ting, you actually dared to enter Celestial Court and walk right into a trap. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed. You actually dared to go against fate and defy Providence, reviving the dead. You have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus with a steely expression. His gaze was burning with anger. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled. "Master, since I came here, I have no intention of returning alive, nor do I want to destroy Fate Gu. Please wait." "Then what are you trying to do?" Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at Duke Long deeply. "I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Gu." Duke Long was stunned, and then he roared with laughter for a while before abruptly restraining his laughter. His amber dragon eyes were unfathomable as he said, "Then tell me about it." Master wants to listen carefully. Red Lotus smiled. "I've reincarnated tens of thousands of times, and I only managed to find some clues by chance. Then, I used more than 10 reincarnations to figure it out. Fate Gu has already stopped protecting us humans. Its current revelation is 4 words. Before he could finish, Duke Long continued, "The Dragon People rule." Red Lotus was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. "Master, you really do know. You are protecting Fate Gu like this. Are you really going to lead the Dragon Man race to rise? After all, the largest group of Dragon Men is your bloodline descendants." "Of course not." Duke Long shook his head and said in a low voice, "Hong Ting, you only know one thing but not the other. I was actually the first to discover the secret of the Dragon People reign, and I was also the first to report it. Although I have transformed into a Dragon Man and become the ancestor of the Dragon Men, my true heart has always been that of the human race. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth." "I believe it." Red Lotus had no hesitation. "I believe in Master's sincerity. Oh Master, you understand me so well, and similarly I also understand you. You will never betray the human race for your own benefit. I was afraid you would deny it earlier, so I purposely provoked you. Rascal. Duke Long snorted coldly, feeling gratified in his heart as he continued. I created the Dragonman lifespan extension method to teach you, to help you control the celestial court and lead the human race. I had never thought that Fate Gu would give me the revelation of the dragon people reign. However, after the initial shock and fear, I gradually understood. Fate Gu is a heaven path Gu worm. The Tao of heaven takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. Humanity's prosperity, ruling over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are even more prosperous than the variant humans of the past. The heavenly Tao will naturally take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. It is like how primordial origin Immortal Venerable had Fate Gu and obtained the dragon people reign. However, I still want to protect Fate Gu. Do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with brilliance as he asked, why? Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, the hidden danger of Fate Gu had already been raised by primordial origin Immortal Venerable's era. Humanity was united because of Fate Gu. After comprehending the returning of heaven's will, most humans had the courage to resist the variant human races. However, once the destiny of the human clan disappears, where will the human clan go? Undeniably, this is a huge hidden danger. Even after primordial origin Immortal Venerable passed away, he could not resolve this problem. On his deathbed, he entrusted this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation Immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally found a way to resolve this hidden danger. That is, merging with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned. Merging with the Tao? That's right. Duke Long continued to explain. Fate Gu can only be directly manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Human and variant human Gu immortals can at most observe it and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, as the sects compete, there will be a way to use Fate Gu, but it is impossible now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought. Since she could not deal with Fate Gu, she might as well deal with the source. Thus, she sacrificed herself and merged with the Tao, using her will to participate in the operation of the heavenly Tao, interfering with and influencing providence. If providence is affected, Fate Gu will always be under the control of the celestial court. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he realized. The net weaved by Fate Gu is called Myriad Net. Everything in the world is in this net. They are manipulated and manipulated by fate. Star constellation Immortal Venerable manipulates providence. She can influence Fate Gu and allow humanity to reign supreme. No wonder Fate Gu is so important to the celestial court. No wonder Star constellation Immortal Venerable's design was able to obstruct 3 demon venerables including me. No wonder celestial court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the #1 superforce in the world. Duke Long nodded. Hong Ting, your comprehension has never disappointed me. The power of the world, after being separated for a long time, they must unite for a long time. Have you ever seen a superforce that can last for a long time? From an internal perspective, the human heart is fickle and full of desires, but these desires are hard to satisfy. No matter how strong a force is, no matter how close they cannot resist the inadequacy of the human heart. From an external perspective, offending a powerful Gu immortal will often cause a superforce to be in a terrible situation. If this Gu immortal cultivates to rank 8, he can easily make a superforce fall or even perish. In this world, the strength of an individual can easily surpass the strength of an organization. Very few superforces can last for 10,000 years. But our celestial court is an exception. What? It is because of Fate Gu. Under Fate's arrangement, we will always be the sacred land of humanity. Our internal structure will always be harmonious, even if there are conflicts. All kinds of fortuitous encounters and coincidences will smoothly resolve them. Our enemies often cannot grow. Even if there are rank 8 level enemies, they will gradually decline. In fact, our celestial court does not even need to make a move. The enemies will die or even surrender due to all kinds of fortuitous encounters. Being able to achieve such a miracle was obtained by the sacrifice of a rank 9 wisdom path Immortal Venerable. Without rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is no way to resist or disturb Providence's normal operations. However, even when star constellation Immortal Venerables will resisted Providence, she often fell into a disadvantageous position. Red Lotus understood and interrupted, like Dragon Man reigns supreme? That's right. At first I was also shocked. But after I learned of this ancient secret, I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long after, Fake Gu's revelation changed again. Dragon Man reigned supreme disappeared. It changed back to humans reigned supreme. Duke Long smiled in relief. Later, when I checked the secret history of Celestial Court, I found that this had happened many times. Dragon Man reigned supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragon Man reigned supreme is not valid. Red Lotus's heart continued to sink. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized, he did not enter Celestial Court himself. Duke Long was waiting for him here, waiting for him to ask and tell him about this ancient secret of Celestial Court. Red Lotus stopped thinking and looked up at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled. "Oh Hong Ting, I waited for you to say these words to make you repent. You were able to create spring-autumn cicada and reincarnate. It is truly the actions of a demon. It seems like there is hope of changing the past, but do you have it?" "No." Duke Long shook his head, his tone was firm. "Because you have heaven above you, the heavenly Tao, star constellations will, and Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? Even if you have rank 9 demon venerable battle strength, so what? Limitless and reckless savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was only 25,000 years old. As for Celestial Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulation. It has the sacrifices and protection of generations of immortal venerables. As Fate Gu. This is the general trend. Can you even shake such a deep accumulation? Especially after your rebirth, you only have rank 9 battle strength by relying on future self. In essence, you are not a true rank 9 venerable." Red Lotus was silent. Even someone as strong as him often felt helpless against Celestial Court. He could destroy Celestial Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Celestial Court could be easily rebuilt. Because star constellations had always been influencing providence, Fate Gu would always rule humanity. There would always be a revelation that Celestial Court was the #1 sacred land of humanity, the #1 force. Under the manipulation of fate, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged. Countless geniuses would join Celestial Court and form Celestial Court. Celestial Court was not crucial. Star constellations will and Fate Gu were crucial. As for star constellations will, firstly, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9. He did not have enough methods to deal with star constellations will, who had merged with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with star constellations will. After all, star constellations will interfered with providence and protected humanity's status, allowing humanity to flourish. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his loved ones. He had never thought of betraying or harming his own race. Chapter 1761. Even though destroying Fate Gu was harmful to humanity, with star constellations will, it would not change the overall situation of the 5 regions. Because when Fate Gu did not exist, the Celestial Court could not use it, neither could the Heavenly Tao. When both sides were equal and humanity had such a huge advantage, how could they watch as other races rose up? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon. How could he completely destroy Fate Gu? After countless rebirths, Red Lotus still could not find a way to destroy Fate Gu. This time he was reborn to persuade Duke Long to let his master stand beside him and work together. To think that the Celestial Court had such a secret Red Lotus plan failed. The older the wiser. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, but Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his proud disciple. "Hong Ting, stop." Duke Long said sincerely, "Master said so much to make you turn back. The righteous path is not only about glory and fame, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for the Celestial Court, star constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. But you? Your parents, your beloved woman, died for you, paving the way for you to become an Immortal Venerable. Their sacrifice was necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand?" "Hong Ting, stop." "No, I will not stop." Red Lotus's gaze was unwavering. "I am sorry, Master, I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path I want to walk." Duke Long shook his head, revealing a bitter expression as he breathed in deeply. "I am not disappointed. If you had agreed directly, I would have been suspicious. I know that your will won't be easily shaken. This is something that I have already expected. So, next, let me use my own example to teach you." "What do you mean?" Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated his prepared method. Immortal killer move, Dragon Man extermination. Red Lotus's confused expression disappeared, replaced by shock. He sensed the essence and effect of this killer move. Red Lotus exclaimed, Master, you killed all the dragon men in the world. Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I remember correctly, all of your descendants have turned into draconians. That's right. Duke Long's body was trembling and so was his voice. I am the ancestor of dragon men, the first dragon man in the world. When I created the dragon man transformation method, I had already set up a backup plan, allowing me to use my identity as the primordial ancestor to easily eliminate other dragon men. When the revelation of Draconians reigning supreme appeared, I wanted to use this method. However, at that time, the will of the constellation manifested and advised me to leave the dragon men behind for the time being. They will be useful in the future. I hesitated and hesitated. You have seen my descendants, Hong Ting. Enjoying the happiness of my family is my greatest consolation in my old age. I'm already old. Master. Red Lotus wanted to say something but stopped. He did not know what to say to console Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes were red. He almost cried. This was something Red Lotus had never seen before. He sobbed, I know very well, even without Draconians reigning supreme, the Dragon Man race will always be a threat to our celestial court, a threat to humanity. Because the Dragon Man race is different from other variant human races, I was the one who created it, it was transformed from humans. It's like a blood-sucking vine growing on the human tree, constantly absorbing the blood of the human race to strengthen itself. Dragon men have long lifespan, it is second only to lifespan Gu in extending lifespan. Lifespan Gu are rare, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The number of dragon men will continue to increase, while the number of humans will decrease. Even more terrifyingly, dragon men are born among humans, they are naturally able to lower the vigilance of humans. With the protection of a highly respected venerable one's teacher like me, who can suppress and disturb them. At this rate, one day dragon men will suppress humans. If an accident happens again and Fate Gu reveals Draconians reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying so, Duke Long looked at Red Lotus deeply. When you entered the celestial court and came to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this might be the time for star constellations will to guide me. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its destruction needs to have some value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hong Ting. I want to instill the spirit of sacrifice in you, I want to show you the spirit of the orthodox path of humanity. Red Lotus, Master. Duke Long's body shook, his tears finally flowed down. He had personally killed his own descendant, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, he was filled with grief, but he did not feel a trace of regret. His voice became louder as he shouted at Red Lotus, Hong Ting, my disciple. Your path cannot be taken, you cannot win against the celestial court. Because the strength of the celestial court is not just on the surface, it is not just fake Gu. It is the sacrifices of generations of Gu immortals, they shed their blood and sacrificed themselves without any regard for their own safety. They defended humanity, they protected the orthodox path, generations after generations of Gu immortals. Without such sacrifices, humans would still be ravaged and enslaved by variant humans, they would not have such a beautiful life today. Hong Ting, I will teach you. The heavenly courts will nurture you. What you are enjoying is the contribution and sacrifice of our ancestors since ancient times. So come back, Hong Ting. I will follow fate's arrangements. Red Lotus, infallible blessed land battlefield. Duke Long's recollection only lasted for an instant, his gaze became sharp again. He looked at Dragon Palace from afar, smiling coldly. What a pity. Dragon Spirit, your existence has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. All of this is just to beat you at your own game. At the next moment he activated an immortal killer move. He had once used this immortal killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now it was more than enough to kill Bai Ning Bing. Immortal killer move, Dragon Man extermination. In an instant, Bai Ning Bing's body shook, her heart felt like it was being clenched, she fell to the ground and coughed out blood. Dragon Spirit shouted in shock, what happened? It did not know the secrets of the past. In fact, it was created long after the Dragon Man race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's fearful gaze, Bai Ning Bing died rapidly, her corpse gradually lost its body temperature in the huge Dragon Palace. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was walking out of the formation that imprisoned Spectral Soul. Celestial Court's battlefield had not been cleaned up yet, but Fairy Myrtle came to Spectral Soul's prison and inspected it urgently. I was overthinking. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was powerful and ruthless back then, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He has no goo worms or immortal essence. How can he do anything? Not to mention getting out of here. Oh, Dragon Spirit was exposed. Everything is going according to plan. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. She was the one who deduced Dragon Spirit's existence. She had her suspicions earlier. Because the ownerless Dragon Palace could actually capture the 4 Dragon Generals, it had extraordinary intelligence. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, Dragon Spirit deceived Duke Long and created the illusion that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace. Celestial Court knew about it. Duke Long asked Fairy Myrtle for help. Fairy Myrtle played along and set up the trap of Hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, it also targeted Dragon Spirit and Di Zongxing. If not for this plan, how would Fairy Myrtle dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision to spread the news of the final battle in infallible Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle walked into an immortal goo house. The benevolence goo that she borrowed was inside. She thought to herself, next it is time to deal with Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Boom. Dragon Palace was sent flying. Dragon Spirit was screaming in panic. It was out of its wits. The Dream Path offensive killer move was interrupted. Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to normal, leaving its phantom state. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals laughed loudly. Their plan to lure the enemy was a huge success. Damn it, so this was all part of Celestial Court's plan? The battle situation was never out of their control. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had to admit, we lost this battle. Bing Sichuan also realized this, but he still shouted loudly, mobilizing the Goo Immortals to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly. The southern and northern immortals felt even more despair. It is time to retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes moved. He had a rank 8 killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. If he used it properly, there was hope of breaking out. However, at this time, with Lu Weiyin as the leader and Celestial Court's Goo Immortals as support, they surrounded Fang Yuan's group tightly. Fang Yuan's group was like a cornered beast that counterattacked at the last moment. It was extremely frenzied. Lu Weiyin saw the chance and used an immortal killer move. It was called 8 Directions Blessed Land. This move was a defensive killer move. Not only could it defend oneself, it could also strengthen others. Under the effect of the killer move 8 Directions Blessed Land, it instantly formed many spheres of sand that enveloped the Goo Immortals, easily blocking all the immortal killer moves. Even Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was the same. At once, both sides showed expressions of shock. Lu Weiyin's strength surpassed everyone's expectations once again. Lu Weiyin's display dragged the southern and northern immortals deeper into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got rid of Di Zongxing and charged into Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing wanted to chase him but was stalled by Heaven Overseeing Tower and the other immortal goo houses. Duke Long, you are the greatest traitor. Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long could not find it immediately. He poured in his immortal essence as he forcefully refined Dragon Palace again. He smiled, I need to thank you for getting rid of the huge problem that is Di Zongxing. Now, as long as I gain full control of Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing will have no choice but to submit to me. Celestial Court will obtain the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit screamed in anger. It scolded Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while blocking Duke Long's forceful refinement while summoning Di Zongxing urgently. Di Zongxing roared in anger as he tried to break through the obstruction. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower showed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Di Zongxing was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was fiercely suppressed. More than half of Fang Yuan's Goo Immortals were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The power of a rank 9 immortal killer move was too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan was completely immune to the power of Fate Vanquish. He stood alone proudly. Fang Yuan, don't think you will have an easy time. You can't escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste of them. Close to 10 rank 8 Goo Immortals surrounded Fang Yuan. A large number of killer moves enveloped him. He could not use the goo worms in his immortal aperture. You want to target my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. he used all his strength to activate killer moves to counterattack. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks, countless sword ghost dragons flew around, but he was still suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, he could not break free. Suddenly, there was a resounding dragon roar. Di Zongxing's huge dragon head rampaged and crashed into Fang Yuan's encirclement. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also anxious. It ignored everything else. It endured countless killer moves and rushed towards Dragon Palace to reinforce it. Ah, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined most of Dragon Palace. He was about to capture the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit screamed, "Even if I die, I will not let you have your way." Boom. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace self-detonated, countless fragments flew everywhere. The Grand Dragon Palace only had a small foundation and a few pillars left. Now is the time. Using this chaos, Fang Yuan finally broke free from some restraints. His clone activated an immortal killer move, Spring Autumn Success. "The demon is counterattacking, I will protect you." Lu Weiyin shouted, activating 8 directions blessed land again to protect countless Gu Immortals. Now is the time. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle also made a move, activating an immortal killer move, Equal Justice. Duke Long tore apart the 8 directions blessed land that was protecting him. He charged towards Fang Yuan with the remaining Dragon Palace. Along the way he encountered Di Zongxing, but Di Zongxing lowered his head, expressing his submission. "Fang Yuan, you can die too." Duke Long teleported, appearing in front of Fang Yuan. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated a killer move, but he was held back by the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals' methods. Bam! With a muffled sound he was killed by Duke Long, his flesh and bones flew everywhere, his soul even dissipated on the spot. He was dead. With Fang Yuan's death, their final hope was gone. Bing Sichuan and the rest were dejected, they stood on the spot in a daze. Someone surrendered, but Bing Sichuan and the rest shouted as they charged towards Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly, he grabbed again and again, Bing Sichuan and the rest died without exception. A moment later, the Southern and Southern Immortals were either dead or surrendered. This huge battle had finally come to an end. We won. Celestial Court is mighty, Duke Long is mighty. The Immortals cheered, Central Continent was in an uproar. Duke Long had a plain expression as he looked around, his gaze landing on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin lowered his head. "Lord Duke Long, what instructions do you have?" Duke Long smiled lightly, saying with deep meaning, "It is all thanks to you lending benevolence Gu in this battle, Celestial Court will reward you generously." Lu Weiyin quickly expressed his gratitude. Duke Long transmitted secretly, asking Fairy Myrtle, "Did that killer move take effect?" Fairy Myrtle, "Yes. Are we going to attack Lu Weiyin?" Duke Long replied secretly, "No worries, let's keep him alive. If we harm him, who will dare to join us in the future? That killer move is just a layer of insurance, regardless of whether Fang Yuan revives or not, as long as the situation is on our side, so what if we do it again?" Saying so, Duke Long breathed in deeply. Our plan succeeded. Fairy Myrtle's voice was choking with emotions. "Yes, using Fate Gu's restoration we attracted the invasion of the 4 regions Gu Immortals, we incited Central Continent to unite against a common enemy, we got rid of our internal enemies. The great era is coming, our Central Continent will unite as one, the orders of Celestial Court will be heartily obeyed and implemented." She knew that Duke Long was going to die soon. Duke Long laughed heartily, he did not care about his own death, he even encouraged Fairy Myrtle. "With you around I am assured." Wisdom Path Gu Immortals did not need to fight at the front lines, they needed to plan for the big picture. "Master." At this time, under Feng Jioga's lead, Feng Kim Hong cried as she came to Duke Long. She also knew that this was Duke Long's final moments. Duke Long patted Feng Kim Huang's head, saying, "Humans will grow old and die, moreover, if the old is not gone, how can the new come? Disciple, you don't need to be too sad." At the same time, Duke Long transmitted secretly, instructing, "Huang Heir, become an immortal venerable and lead Celestial Court to the peak. Our Central Continent is sandwiched by the other 4 regions, it is a battleground with no geographical advantage. But we also have our advantages, we have a sect system, we have a lot of momentum. Originally, even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent could only barely suppress and maintain the situation in Central Continent. Countless sects, lone cultivators, and demonic path cultivators have long been dissatisfied with our Celestial Court occupying a lot of cultivation resources. But now, after this battle, People's hearts have changed, they are united and have thoughts of revenge, there are almost no more internal problems. Celestial Court will be the goal of all of Central Continent's people. Celestial Court has existed for millions of years, it has fake goo, it already has the right time. After this battle, we will have the greatest unity of people in the 5 regions. Go and conquer, go and unify the human race. Go and establish a hegemony that has never existed for thousands of generations. As your master, I can only do this much for you. After saying this, Duke Long retracted his gaze, looking at the horizon with reluctance. In the distant sky, the setting sun was like blood. The light of the setting sun shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken, but he looked even more domineering and fierce. His dragon eyes were lustrous, battle intent still lingered in them. His dragon scales were covered in scars and blood stains. Who knew how many rank 8s had died under his dragon claws? The immortals of Celestial Court surrounded him, floating in the air as they looked at him quietly. No one spoke. Di Zongxing lowered his head, he was like a huge statue not moving at all. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished, the earth veins connected, the 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear, there would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. Duke Long smiled lightly, speaking with a tone filled with anticipation towards the future. Oh, the great era has arrived. These were the last words he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Dragon Imperial guest, he died at the end of his lifespan. Like the setting sun, the legend of a generation had come to an end. But his invincible figure was deeply engraved in the eyes of countless Central Continent people. His spirit of sacrifice and dedication was like a torch, burning in the hearts of countless people. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.